I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
Hey, you're watching Poindexter. That's great. I don't.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
That's great. I don't.
You are watching Poindexter. Thanks for the lights, Jay. Roger, Rose, and Call of Duty. I smell like onions and you're watching Poindexter.
That's great. I don't.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on. And I'm glad you're that for me.
That's great. I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet, and it is great to have you with me in the lounge today. Now, look, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my crew can get together and we can talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, then please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and join this growing group of nerds. Come on, join this group. We need you. We want you. We gots to have you, child. Good God in heaven, I think I love you. Anyways, join us, and we will be glad to have each and every one of you. And you know what? We love people. We love hanging out with people. We love talking with people. We do a lot of fun stuff here around the channel, and we would love to have you be a part of that. Speaking of fun things here around the channel, thanks to all of our supporters. Thank you to all of our patrons. You guys are awesome. We really, really appreciate each and every one of you. Really can't ever stress that enough, how great and awesome you guys are for being a part of the lounge. Thank you. And of course, all of our members. Look at all the members as they go by. Thank you to all of the members who joined up and you're a part of what we do here. We greatly appreciate all that you do and what you mean to the lounge. And of course, everyone who gives super chats, thank you guys. You guys keep the lights on around here. Appreciate all of you who donate of your time and your money. And speaking of donations, some of you guys like to give directly to the channel, and you can do that. All the links are down in the description below. And we appreciate all your help. Appreciate all your help here and all of our endeavors. And of course, if you want to get something back for your donation, of course, all you got to do is go ahead and there is the store link, and you can get cool t-shirts and hoodies and stuff with all of these logos on them and all these cool little fun things that we do here around the channel. All right. That being said, it's just great to see you guys. It's been a while since we've done an overnight stream, and I know it's been a while. A lot of you know I've been really busy. Been trying to take care of some personal stuff. Been trying to set up the church that we're working on and everything, and so it's just been a lot. And so thank you for your patience. I do appreciate that. We'll be getting back to our normal schedule of things, and so I thank you guys for for hanging with us and for doing the stuff with us. All right. Real quick, I want to say a shout out to people in the chat. What's up? You do suck, says RIP John Madden. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be talking about that tonight. What's up, Anchorman? Good to see you here. What's up? Oh, says hey Enosh Lounge and the best nerd friends in a chat. Absolutely. We got the best people around, and I appreciate each and every one of you. What's up, Anthony Grigsby, my brother from down under? Your shirts are on the way, sir. So be looking for those, man. You got some shirts coming. What's up, Todd Fair? There's my man, Todd Fair. Hail Marvel, as always. I love him. And, of course, rest in peace, John Madden. Says, what's up, Enosh? Michael Keaton being in Batgirl is what it is. I wish it was Ben Affleck. New Matrix movie was not great. We're going to talk about it tonight, Anthony Beltre. You know what? I got my own opinions on it. I got my own thoughts on it. And you know what? We'll do that. In fact, you know what? Let me do this, Mr. Beltre. If you're around, I will send you a link if you want to join us. I got a couple people in the back here just waiting, and so let me see here. Oops. Do it live. Do it live. Whoops. Well, I don't know what's going on. Anthony, it's not letting me find you here. So let me do this. Why isn't it letting me find you, Anthony? I don't know what's going on, man. It must be your name. I'm not getting it in right. So do me a favor, Anthony. If you wanna join us, just message me, okay? Message me, and I will get you in. All right. Let me see here. And back we go. What's up, Benimus Prime? Says hello there, Poindexter Lounge and Nerd Family. Hello back to you, Benimus. Good to see you, sir. Let's see here. John Collins is in the house. What's up, John Collins? Says hello, Enosh and everyone. Hello to you. Krypton's Core is here. Marcus Cruz is here. Says, are there already fireworks at your place? What's up, Jared Darkside's Enosh? Good to see you, brother. Let's see. Who else is here? Step is here. What's up, Step? Says hello to you. Dat Dude Vince is here. Good to see you, Dat Dude. Let's see. The real Hayden Christensen. Now, look, we never know, right? We never know. It could be the real Hayden Christensen. If it is the real Hayden Christensen, welcome. I used to, people will say, people who haven't been here to the lounge will say, you know what? You should just act like that's not the real Hayden Christensen. More than likely, it's not. But stranger things have happened here at the channel, and we know that. So if it is you, sir, welcome. If it's not, that's funny. But it says, who's ready for Book of Boba Fett tonight? I sure am. Hashtag Lord Vader. Sup, Enosh. I'm a big fan. Thank you, Mr. Christensen. I appreciate that. What's up, Cherie? It's been 18 minutes. I know, so I'll get into that. I'll explain to you guys what happened. Yeah, RJ, I know, man. I'll explain. I had total meltdown here. Yep. So here's Rel. Says, I was getting worried Enosh was going to pull a Max and fall asleep. No, I was not falling asleep. Trust me, I was anything but asleep. I was very frustrated at the time. What's up, Kinky Sphincter? Says, I hate the darn song. It was so endearing. And now, okay, so we can retire it. If everybody wants me to retire it, I can retire it. It was just been fun. And so, but Shree likes it. See, Shree's singing it. She likes it. It says, oh, come on, man. Let's see. Super Radness. What's going on, Super Radness? What's up, Andrew Casali? What's going on, my friend? Let's see here. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. What's up, Ryan? BVS fan forever. That's right. Heck yeah. BVS fan forever. Let's see. You know what we can do in honor of you? I'm going to change my hat. If I got that hat here. Where's that hat? Where's the hat? Here it is. Yep, here it is. We'll change the hat out just for you, sir. To the BVS hat. You like that? You like that? Cinematics, what's going on, man? Good to see you. What's up? Zeno says, oh, good, you're on. There's only so much Jarbo and RJ Snyderverse slander I can take. Yeah. Yep. What's up? What's up, JP? Good to see you, man. Says, hello, Enosh. Looking forward to the show tonight. Me too. I'm looking forward to the show tonight as well. What's up, Ben Myers? Good to see you, Ben. Good to see you, Ben. Danny L, good to see you. Says, I think it's supposed to be sup, Enosh. Good to be up late hanging out with you guys. Absolutely good to have you here for sure. David Michael Babin is here. Says, hey Enosh, did you like the new Batman trailer? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to watch it live with you guys because I have not had a chance to watch it. Like, seriously, I have been so busy. I spent all day today in a truck. You guys could see my video from earlier today. I was driving a truck. We were delivering stage stuff. Yesterday I spent time, setting up chairs, getting chair deliveries and doing all this stuff. And so it's been a couple of days, guys. It's really been a couple of days. I meant to stream last night and I completely fell asleep. Tiffany just left me on the couch and I completely fell asleep. And so, so it is what it is. Let's see here. Hey, speaking of Ryan, see, I didn't even see this was for you, but see, there you go, buddy, just for you, man. We have a new member, and when it's new member time, we get pretty excited around here, and we welcome our new members in a special way because you know what, when you get a new member, it's just time to be excited. So welcome Ryan, BVS fan forever, Cinematics, our newest member here at the Poindexter Lounge. You can be a member too. It's really easy, as little as $1.99 a month, or a patron for $1 a month. But here you go. Bam.
Showtime! Woo! 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 Styling and profiling. Woo! Woo! It's live and in color. Woo!
Hey, woo! Welcome, Ryan, to membership. Really, really glad to have you, man. Thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at the lounge. Jose, what's going on, Jose? Says, what's up, Enosh and people? Rest in peace, John Madden. All I'm going to say is people need to accept that Affleck doesn't want to be Batman anymore right now and to not focus on trying to force this man. We're going to talk about that tonight. That's one of our discussion topics. What's up, Tina Doze? Says, hello, everyone. Ignore previous comment. Was watching Clone Wars. Really enjoying it. Good. What's up, Sylvester King? Says, is RJ the son of Jarbo on tonight? I don't have him. He's not here. So, no, not that I know of. I mean, unless he comes in later, I don't know. The Dork Knight is here. Says, live watch along for Book of Boba Fett. Maybe we'll start another stream. We'll see. Depends upon what time it is. And let's see. I think we've almost gotten through everybody. Yeah, that was everybody. All right. So let's go ahead and jump on in and bring those who are here on. First of all, he's become a regular here on the show. We really love him, and we love his commentary. He's kind of quiet, but when he speaks, it means something, and that's important because there's a lot of people who talk too much because they like to be heard. And yeah. So, but ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Caden, what's going on?
What's
Caden?
up? What's up?
Caden?
How are you, Enosh? It's been a while.
I'm doing awesome. I am doing awesome. Awesome.
So you're doing good work with your grandmother's church.
I am, man. I am super busy, and but it's all good, man. It's all good. It is all good, man. I am. It's all good stuff. Staying busy, you know, doing all right, getting good
So it's
grades.
good.
Future's so bright. I
Yeah.
gotta wear shades. So you know what? Couldn't get any
Yeah.
better right now. Tiffany actually looked at me today and said, well, not just Tiffany. Tiffany looked at me and said, my mic is definitely too low. Okay, I could try to turn my mic up. Here's the thing. Let me explain to you guys why I'm late. You guys know I've been going back and forth between the church, right? I've been setting this stuff up for streaming at the church. Totally forgot my mic at the church. And then I thought I forgot my camera. Tiffany had packed my camera away and I didn't know where my camera was. So I was literally trying to find everything, and it just wasn't there when I went to go put it all together, and I was literally looking all over the place. So there you go. Okay. So also we have Black Ops here. What's up, Black Ops?
Yo, what's good?
What's going on, bro? Good
Nothing much,
sir.
nothing much.
Good to see you. And then also we have Krypton's Core here. What's up, Krypton's Core?
Hello, everybody.
Yes. Andrew, we'll see, man. We'll see how the night goes. Okay, I might bring you in later, but we'll see how the night goes. Let's see. I saw something here. Just a second. Somebody said something, and I wanted to bring it up. I missed it. But hey, Philosophical Pickle is here. What's up, Philosophical Pickle? Good to see you, Pickle. Says, Enosh, you know how much I dislike Zack Snyder's Justice League. But I would love to have Ben Affleck's Batman continue in his own solo movie. I'm excited for The Batman, but I'd like to see Affleck's Deathstroke film as well. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in just a few minutes and get to the root of that. Let's see. You haven't missed much, man. We literally just got started up. So, The Unforgettable Enosh Fett, Revenge of Nudes.
What?
The hell is that?
Speaking of nudes, we also have Crazy Joe here. What's up, Crazy Joe?
Hey,
I like how
I didn't know it was gonna be that kind of stream. Hang on a second. Let me.
Apparently, I don't know, man. Apparently, so. But yeah, so you know what I'm using tonight, and so so you guys can tell me how this sounds. I mean, like, how does my voice sound now? Does my voice sound good? I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Does it sound good now? I'm using the old tried and true and tested mic for all rock and roll musicians. You guys know it's a good old Shure SM57. I'm telling you right now, nothing like it. It is the backbone of all rock and roll. It is a versatile mic. You can use it for vocals. It's not a Shure commercial, but you can use it for vocals. You can use it for drum setups. You can use it for, a lot of people use it for mic setups and everything. And so that's the only one that I had around the house right now, because all my other mics are at the church right now. So yeah. So also supposedly when we talk about The Matrix, we will have a special appearance by our good friend Cylon Scotty. So that's why I said Andrew, we'll see if we can get you in, because it just depends upon who answers, what I've already sent out. Okay. But we'll see. All right. So guys, thank you for being here. First of all, it's been a little minute since we've done. Did we lose somebody? Who did we lose? We lost
Jimbo.
Where'd Jimbo go? Did he leave?
He says he said he's in another stream, so he'll be right back.
Yeah.
Trader.
Oh yeah, Venomous. Man. I love Crisis on Infinite Earths, man. Crisis on Infinite Earths was Crisis on Infinite Earths was. It was the thing, man. It was the thing, bro. Like back in the day, that was the jam, man. That was the standard, But so tonight we got a few different topics to discuss and a few different things to go through. First of all, we are going to discuss Kevin Smith's comments about Batman. about Ben Affleck, about Michael Keaton. We're going to discuss, hey, what do you think? Did you like it? Do you not like the comments? I know there's going to be a lot of people who don't like the comments, and we'll get into that. Kevin Smith is one of those people, he's polarizing sometimes. But
he lied. He's not one of us anymore.
I know. We're going to cry about it. And then we're going to talk about, of course, Tom Holland's No Way Home. Going and raking in the cash over $1 billion, the first movie at all to do that since the pandemic, and so that's pretty cool. We're also going to talk, of course, a little bit about John Madden. John Madden, famous football coach, and of course, a lot of people just know him as the guy on Madden football games. And so we'll talk about him a little bit, and we're going to talk The Matrix, Resurrections. We're going to talk about what did you think of The Matrix? What are you guys' thoughts on it, and how did it do? It's kind of the anti-Spider-Man No Way Home right now. So we'll talk about maybe why that happened and how that happened, and we will definitely get to that. So we got some great topics tonight, and I think some of you guys may be a little surprised how I feel stuff. Beef with the Watchmen. Oh, those guys, look, I never had a beef with them. They got a problem I know who you're talking about. They got a problem with me, Sylvester. They've had a problem with me. I don't have a problem with anyone, man. I am willing to be friends with anybody and everybody. My only thing is I stand for what's right. They did some things to me and at me. That's a bunch of just online BS. That's a bunch of just YouTube stuff, and they just don't like me. So, but at the end of the day, that's their problem, not my problem. So, hopefully they get over that and they move on, and because I already have.
Hey, it's up, guys.
Yeah. Say what's up, RJ.
Nothing much, man. Nothing much. Getting ready
You're getting the Holland treatment instead of Iron Boy Jr. You've been called Jarbo Jr.
People talk a lot of crap. People can say what they want.
Well, all right. So first of all, I want to talk about the biggest story I think right now, which is Kevin Smith talking about Michael Keaton, talking about Ben Affleck, and so let's just jump right into the controversy, shall we? Right off the bat, and I will share with you guys my thoughts on it, and we'll go around. So Kevin Smith released this first. I'm guessing this was today because this
is on Fat Man on Batman.
Yeah, it's the first I've seen of it, and was today. But of course, I could be behind a day or two because I've been really busy. So. But here we go. He says, I'm a big fan of Michael Keaton as Batman. Smith said, I was a big fan of Ben Affleck as Batman as well. But as we just recently saw in an interview, Ben was like, I'm not going to do IP movies anymore. So Ben has made it clear for a number of years now that he's done playing Batman. Not that Warner Brothers is done with him. He's done with them. So they couldn't use Ben as the Batman for this new Batgirl movie. And at that point, you're already doing Michael Keaton Batman in Flash. It seems to make sense. I assumed Michael Keaton was as beloved for every generation as he is to mine. But some folks on Twitter were very angry about that, but angry at the wrong person. This ain't a case of Warner Brothers screwing the pooch or something. The person that they would like to keep playing Batman just doesn't seem interested in playing Batman at all, and has made that very clear for a very hot minute. So in lieu of Ben, who else are you going to do? Bring on a brand new Batman? Start that. Obviously, Matt Reeves is doing a very different from the DCEU movies version of Batman, so you can't get him. So it makes sense. If you need a veteran, an older guy, if you're going to do this Batman Beyond version of Batgirl, where she's kind of Terry McGinnis in training, and he's the grizzled old vet or something, I co-sign it, because that was my Batman. That was our Batman. I mean, Adam West was my first Batman, but Michael Keaton was a wonderful Batman, and I think it's crazy seeing people on Twitter going after that decision. Now, before I comment on that, I want to show you guys something, because for Christmas, just a couple days ago, I got this.
Oh, that's cool.
the movie moments there with the Joker with his glasses on and Batman with a bloody mouth and the Joker with a bloody mouth. So I got that. I also got this Joker.
Awesome Joker.
From Batman 89.
Yes.
Because I love Batman 89. I love Michael Keaton as Batman. And ironically, I also got this guy right here.
That is hilarious.
It's kind of ironic, actually.
Very ironic.
But it is what it is.
He knew that you got that. And he's like, let me say this stuff today.
Tiff was prophetic. Also, it's not part of this story, but I also got this amazing book right here, which is just absolutely fantastic. It's called Black and White and Weird, and it's Weird Al. Weird Al, the years between 1983 and 86 in pictures.
Awesome.
It's like random stuff. Whoops. It's like random stuff from music videos and stuff that's the Oh Ricky, You're So Fine. Video and then they got stuff from
they have stuff from Eat It.
Oh yeah, they got stuff from Eat It in here. There's I Love Rocky Road. This is super
awesome.
cool. Tiffany says she saw this and she just thought of me, and I was like, heck yeah. And I mean, just some really cool candid photos. I'm a huge Weird Al fan, and so him in the studio here with the band and everything. I mean, just I can't wait to just like look at this like all day long. So. Look, a couple of things. I love Kevin Smith. I do love Kevin Smith. Now, I have said all along, I am always going to be, hey, what's up, man? What's up, Ambassador? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, bro. I am always going to be honest about stuff. I have said that I will, when it comes to the Snyderverse and all this stuff. Look, there are people who say a lot of things about me, but I am, I've been pretty chill about everything. And I am not on the crazy side of things. I'm willing to have a conversation and talk about stuff that is actually happening. That being said, a couple of things about this with Kevin Smith saying this. First of all, I feel like he said here something that I don't think is necessarily true.
Yeah, he's wrong.
And then said a couple of things that, you know what, I believe could be very true. And that maybe we as fans do have to come to a place of understanding, right? So I want to be fair, and then I want to get you guys' take on it.
Mm-hmm.
So him going on about that it's been very apparent and very obvious over the last few years that Ben Affleck doesn't want to be Batman is not true.
That is not true.
I disagree with that.
Well, you're wrong.
RJ,
but that's fine, RJ.
It's not true.
That's just not true, dude. Like, I mean, I'm joking with you, RJ. You know I'm joking with you. But no, it has not been apparent. And I don't care what Matt Jarbo says. I don't give a crap what Matt Jarbo says. It is
well,
not
it's not
been
about
apparent.
him though.
No, but I'm saying like, because Matt has become like this thing that everybody's like, well, Matt Jarbo says. I don't care what Matt Jarbo says. What I'm saying is it has not been apparent because Ben has literally come back to the role to do it, and he did come to the table to talk about doing the Batman role in other ways, and he literally came back to play Batman and was willing to play Batman for Zack Snyder. To say that it's been obvious and he has just turned it down, completely over the years is just not true. And to say that Warner Brothers wanted him is also not true. That's not true from everything that has come out over the last few years regarding his time as Batman. Warner Brothers clearly did not want him as Batman. They were the ones who pushed him out. They were the ones, because he was in the situation that he was in with his marriage, with needing to go to rehab, with all those things, with all the controversy surrounding Justice League. That's just the truth. That is just the truth. And so I think Kevin, now look, Kevin has notoriously not been on great terms with Ben for a while. So I feel like some of these things he may be speaking out of turn, saying things that he thinks is going on instead of the things that are going on. Now, I will say this. Again, I'm stating what the facts are about Ben Affleck's term as Batman. The facts also are that what he has said now about Ben not wanting to be Batman anymore is probably true going forward. Okay? Ben is literally coming back to play Batman in The Flash. So if Ben just doesn't want to be Batman anymore, and that was just like his thing this whole time, he wouldn't have come back to Justice League. He would not have come back for The Flash. He would have just been done because he was already done. He already announced he was done. He was gone. There was no bringing him back, and he came back now twice to film parts for Batman.
Couldn't it be argued, though, that it's really him fulfilling a dream for the fans to say goodbye to him and to get the proper version for Zack as a favor?
You can't have both, though, RJ. You can't have he doesn't want to do it, he's not going to do it, he's walked away from it.
He doesn't want to
never
be, he doesn't want to be Batman full
and then,
time.
well, he's going to do it this one time, or
but he doesn't
two
want to be
times.
Batman full time.
Two times. I mean,
forward.
Okay, listen. You could make that argument maybe if it was just for Zack Snyder's Justice League to say, hey, he came back for the fans to do this right here, okay? But the reality is the fans that he came back for, most of them don't even want anything to do with the Flash. So I don't think that he just came back twice to do this. Okay, that's what I don't believe. If it was just Zack Snyder's Justice League and it was like he came back, he filmed the stuff for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and he was like, hey, I'm done, and you know what, I came back to do that for Zack to fulfill my role in that film, and I'm done. Now though, you got the Flash, which moves forward. Okay, I don't think that it's just a thing of like, I'm just gonna come in here and like, oh yeah, I'm doing this for the fans. Okay, if anything, if you want to go anywhere with that, he's doing it for himself. There's something in the Flash that he's doing for himself. Because if they kill Ben Affleck's Batman off in this movie, it almost feels like a self-serving thing then to me, because it's not for the fans. Because the fans didn't want to see him killed off. Nobody wanted to see him killed off. So we can't say, well, that's for the fans if the fans didn't want to see him killed off in the first place.
Well, I think it's a bit of a self-indulgent thing as well. I mean, we haven't seen the movie, we don't know this obviously, but if it is his if it is his goodbye to the role, it could be like Harrison Ford in a way where it's like, I'm coming back, kinda, but it's like I want it to be my definitive conclusion.
Well, look, I love Harrison Ford, but Harrison Ford sucks too.
Yeah, but it just doesn't make any sense, dude. It's like, it's funny how he
Harrison
omitted,
Ford sucks for doing that. I mean,
funny
like
how
the way
he
that he did it,
omitted
because he Harrison Ford phoned it in for a lot of that.
Yeah,
like Harrison Ford doesn't suck. Harrison Ford is one of my favorite actors. Okay, but Harrison Ford coming back on that, like nobody wanted that, and nobody liked the way that it was done, and it was. And then like when they brought him back the second time, just because obviously they couldn't do anything else, because Princess Leia was supposed to have that role, so bringing him back for The Rise of Skywalker, like it felt so just disjointed in so many ways. So I don't know. I don't believe I'm sorry. I
was going to mention, even when the very first people to report that Ben Affleck was come back for Flash was Vanity Fair, and it was Anthony Bresnikan. In that article from Vanity Fair, they mentioned several times that he's not coming back full time, that Robert Pattinson's Batman is the future of the franchise, yada yada yada. Yep. And they talked about the reason they brought him back is because he's going to have this emotional dichotomy with Barry Allen. There's some kind of emotional thing that got him hooked into it and kind of like brought the desire to come back seemingly one last time. Obviously, we don't know that for sure. I'm just saying that's the information that was presented.
So say that's true. Say it's true. Who's that for?
Probably himself a little bit, and also as a way to say goodbye to that character. Give the fans at least one last performance in a mainline DCU movie, that's positioning the franchise forward.
That's all fine. That's all fine. What I'm saying is when you agree to come back multiple times for a role, you are not making it clear that you don't want to do the role anymore. And it's already been talked about that he actually was in talks for the Batgirl movie, but that they fell through or whatever. And so
yeah, supposedly he said no to that. He said no to his own HBO Max series. He said no.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, see, I'm trying to be fair here, because I don't think that the front end of that is so clear that it's like, oh, he just, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, RJ. I'm not saying,
I'm not
you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm not saying that like, oh, Ben just wants to do it and they're suppressing him, because I'm sure that there'll be plenty of people who go down that route, RJ. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who go down that route and want to say that kind of thing, that that he's whatever. But what I'm saying is I don't think on the front end that it's been so just absolutely transparent and clear. I mean, and look, I love Kevin Smith. I love Kevin Smith. I'm not mad at Kevin Smith. I just feel like Kevin Smith is saying something that he may feel.
Yeah.
He may feel that it's that way, just like you may feel that way, RJ. Other people can feel however they want to feel and interpret news.
I was going to mention that interview where he talked about the IP movies. I mean, it kind of came across as a very definitive statement. Like, he's very much interested in exploring a different side to his future career.
And that's where I'm willing to meet it, because I can see that.
But
listen, I can see that if he turned down the Batgirl and he turned down doing his own series, and that if those stories are true, okay. And I would tell everybody, let him go. If he doesn't want to do it, it's if he's the opposite of Henry Cavill, who Henry Cavill is out here every week, vying for a new Superman film, like however he can get it at this point. Okay. Good, bad, and different. If he truly is just done with the character, that's fine. And I can acknowledge that and I can accept that wholeheartedly. Now I know that there's people in the fandom who will not accept that. They will go, I won't. They will fight for it and they'll go. But I would say to anybody doing that, like, we're not about trying to force anybody to play a role.
Well, that's the thing. Like, do you care more? Do you care more about the entertainment? Do you care about the well-being of the actors and the people involved making the entertainment?
I don't even think that at this time it's about the well-being of the actor. If he wants to move on and do just other things, let him move on. This is not the same thing as when he left during after Justice League. Okay, this is not. All this talk about the well-being of this person or the well-being of that person. I hear so much BS about Zack Snyder. I'm sorry, I'm sick of it. That, oh, don't force him to do anything. Just let him be. Just what about his well-being? Zack Snyder is a freaking millionaire, strong, smart director, okay, of film. Zack Snyder, nobody's forcing him to do anything. Okay, ain't no fans. Look, we could use all the hashtags in the world. Okay, we could make all the YouTube videos ever made. We could stack everything on top of each other and tag him in every possible thing. And you know what? It won't matter a smidge if he just doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
But he ain't ever just going to give in and just do it. That it's going to somehow go against his well-being. That's not the case here. And that wasn't the case. That's not the case with Ben Affleck right now. He's obviously in a good place. If the stories are true and he's doing the Flash, he's obviously in a good place. He wants to do the film. He did the film. He did the Zack Snyder's Justice League shoot. He did those things. And if it's true that he wants to move on, then you know what I say to him? Hey man, thank you for giving us my favorite interpretation of Batman ever made. And I say to the fans, let him go. Let him go peacefully. Don't be a bunch of jerks about it. Don't start tagging him and everything, telling him he needs to come back and he needs to do this and he needs to do that. If that's his decision, then that needs to be. But you know who we need to hear that from?
Him.
Ben Affleck. And maybe, just maybe, during the promotional tour for the Flash? We'll hear that.
Haven't we
Gino,
already?
This is what I'm tired of hearing. This is exactly what I'm tired of hearing. That people act like Ben and Zach and everybody associated. They're just emotional wrecks that need coddling, and we just gotta protect them and treat them with baby gloves and just make sure that they're okay. And it's like, stop it.
No, I get that, but it's also clear, like, at least to me in my eyes, like, if he's clearly done and been at least the way he's been
never
talking
said that.
lately. I mean,
he's
come
never
on.
said that he's done.
I mean, come on.
Come on.
The
IP, dude. When they throw $30 million,
that is
IP.
Hold on. The IP comment, okay? If we want to take the IP comment for being that, that's great. Okay? I will accept that, RJ. I will accept that. But here's the thing. The IP comment is recent. That is not an ongoing thing that he has been clearly done. You know what I mean? Like this idea of like Integrity's even saying here, this idea of like he's been clearly done 4 years ago. That's not true. That's what I'm saying is not true. If it's truly that he's done, that's a recent development because he wouldn't have been in talks to be in other projects that fell through or just didn't happen. He wouldn't have just you don't send a message of, hey, I don't want to do this by taking on other projects as that character.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how you do that. So if he has shot the Flash, he shot Zack Snyder's Justice League. You know, I'm trying to look at this rationally, RJ.
No, I get that.
What I'm saying is like this thing of like that this has been an ongoing thing that he's clearly made it very clear over the last few years that he doesn't want to do it. That's just not true. That's not clearly true. Okay, if we want to get into like muddled, you know, ways of looking at it, you know, like people can, speculate about whether it was true or not.
Well, to be fair, it's not just the IP comment though. It's like in the build up to this Flash movie, they've reiterated so many times in the trades and all stuff. Michael Keaton, he's coming back for Batgirl on multiple projects. Robert Pattinson's the future of the franchise.
It was not clear. It was not clear. It was not clear at all that Michael Keaton was coming back for the Batgirl.
Yes, yes, it was.
Hold on. I understand what you're going to go to. There was a report months ago
from Deadline and the Hollywood
that
Reporter
suggested that might be the case, but there was never anything that clearly stated. We're talking about clearly. I am going, if we're going to say something was clear to everybody, if something is clear, it's clear, and you know it for sure. A suggestion, even by Variety or whoever else, a suggestion that he may be coming back for the Batgirl is not the same as this is happening and this is clear. That's not the same. So what I'm saying is what's clear, what can be clear is him saying, look, I don't want to do IP movies. But you know, even then, even saying IP movies, that's not really even Ben being very clear on it. He's just saying, I don't want to do IP movies. So do I honestly think that Ben's never going to do another IP movie again? Nope. I don't believe that for a second. He's Ben Affleck. Those big movies are going to always be calling to him.
Mm-hmm.
And people talk a lot of stuff. A lot of Hollywood actors talk a lot of stuff because you know what? We just listened to Tom Holland talk about for the last 2 months about how he may not come back for any more Spider-Man. Are we going to take that for face value? This is the problem. People are taking stuff for face value. They're retroing and saying, well, it was so clear and obvious, and we're going to take it for absolute face value of everything it said. But yet then we pick and choose because then we go with other actors and we go, well, we know that Tom Holland's going to come back. We know that Tom Holland's just the
difference is that Tom
just
Holland
needs to
had
take a
contract,
break.
though.
He just needs to take a break. Like Tom Holland was literally like, look, I'm going to go start a family.
Yes, but we knew he had a movie on his contract, though. Ben didn't.
Actually, Ben did.
They just made it.
Ben had one more movie on this contract. Yeah. That's what I always assumed The Flash was. I always assumed it was, hey, I owe you one movie. Well, write this character out.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Isn't it funny how he only talked about in that article about Keaton coming in for Flash when we know because we've seen the videos, we've seen the pictures that Ben Affleck is there too. We know that as a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've not hid that though. They've not hid that.
No, but the thing is like
no, that's what I'm saying
those
about
are the
Kevin
clear
Smith's
things.
article.
Those are, to me, those are the clear things, right? That is what it is. To say though that it's been clear somehow that Ben has just not wanted to do this. No, there's been suggestions. There have been a couple of articles. There have been things. Well, we don't. There's all kinds of articles that have come out that have been like, oh, well, because he was suffering from his addiction back in 2017 and 16 or whatever. That he's not coming. He's not going to come back because it's toxic and blah blah blah. There's all those suggestions, but there's never been anything that's been very clear about even what happened with him back in the day. We knew that it's centered around his marriage. We knew that it's centered around the some of the stuff that happened with
Josh.
With Justice League,
yeah,
and
stuff
stuff
lot
like
going
that.
on in his personal life.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and so, but this idea that like it was just robustly clear. That's what I'm pushing back on. I am willing to accept all day, RJ, that he doesn't want to do big IP movies anymore. He's turned down Batman. He's turned down going back to Batman. I am absolutely willing to accept that, and I will tell all the fans right now. I can't be any more clear than this. If he's done, let him be done. Don't hold on to it. Don't try to fight it, because let the man be who he is. Just like Integrity is saying right here, no one should be trying to force Ben to do more Batman just because you like him as Batman. I love him as Batman. He's my favorite Batman, but he's a grown man. Zack Snyder's a grown man. If Zack Snyder doesn't want to do something, he's not going to do it. Okay, this is where I said earlier, and this is why I mean this, is because there are voices who would make it sound like these are just children who just do anything that any fan wants them to do, and they just don't make any decisions on their own, and they're just they'll just do anything because they just want to make everybody happy. That's just not the case. So what I'm saying is they can take care of their own health, and if they don't want to do the films, everybody should let them go. Let them be. Stop. Don't be toxic about it. Don't be crazy about it. Don't put on a tinfoil hat and act like, oh, well, it's this and it's encrypted and blah, blah, blah. Because at one point, Ben Affleck did say, I'm not Batman, with a question mark at the end. And then came back and said, I am Batman. When you say things like that, that is not clear. That's all I'm saying. When we go back to, is it crystal clear? John Collins here with a $10 super chat says, why wouldn't Ben Affleck want to be a part of a Batman anymore? I mean, his career is not with Bank to the Moon anymore. Any Batman movie would be better than Gilly. Correct. I'm right, or I'm right.
So Geely was 20 years ago.
Well, here's the thing:
Yeah,
people
Geely was-
forget.
yeah,
People
Geely was
forget
20
Ben
years
Affleck is an Oscar-winning director who hasn't directed a movie since Live by Night. He is. I guarantee you, he's itching to get back to directing, getting back to like awards caliber personal movies that interest him.
I absolutely agree with that. RJ.
But
That part I agree with.
I also say this. So with the whole like him, like yeah, it hasn't been apparent that he didn't want to do it, but like recently, he says he didn't want to do IP roles and all that. But going back to Zack Snyder's Justice League reshoots, additional photography, it was 1 week, and then he shot for The Flash which was 1 week. So it's like I think the whole thing is he just want to be Batman for like to do a movie that's like more than just the 2 week thing. It's like if he's gonna be there, he just wants to be there for like. Or
Yes,
like,
integrity. Yes, integrity. Spider-Man's been out long enough, and the whole freaking world has seen Spider-Man. Yep.
I'm honestly shocked that Ben Affleck is putting on the Batman costume. I thought he literally was just going to be coming in as Bruce Wayne doing a cameo at the beginning of the movie. When I saw on-set photos of him in the costume, I'm like, oh wow,
it wasn't him in the costume. It was his stunt double.
Well, yeah, but that it's
so far we don't know. So far we don't know
Yeah.
if Ben himself is putting the costume on, and all we know is
Yeah.
the stunt double is
Yeah, and
there.
And it's not even, it's the stunt double from the actual Batman movie. It's not like Richard Citroni. But anyways, it's like I think what he was doing for the Zack additional photography was an offer. It was something for his friend to do that because he was like, hey, I need to finish this one scene. I need you to do it. It's like, yeah, let's do it since this is for you. And
So, you guys telling me that if, let's say, for example, if it gets restored, the whole Zack Snyder, the 2 and 3, you think he's not gonna come back? He's gonna tell Zack, okay, no, I'm not coming back. Dude, of course he's coming back if that happens. Come on, y'all.
Nothing that he said right at this point is gonna matter. Nothing that any actor, director, if the director tells you one thing one day and a better situation is presented to them the next day, they're going to go with the new situation. So speculating on what Ben Affleck said is sort of meaningless because you're judging it by the situation we're in now. We don't know what situation could come on Thursday. If somebody comes in and lays down a script or in front of him and says, or he comes in and says, you know what, you direct it, you tell us what you want, and you give us back what you need, you hire who you want to hire, he's probably going to accept something like that. So it's meaningless to even put any merit on what any actor or director says one day because the situation changes and is fluid on a day-by-day basis. So, so it's an even bet whether he would ever do it.
I mean, at the end of the day, we won't know as a 100% fact of what's really going on until we see the Flash movie next year. We got a long way to go until then.
There's
right?
a long way to go.
To be honest with you guys, I wouldn't put too much on that Flash movie. I think there's a lot of people putting the future of the DC universe on that movie, and I think that is a mistake.
Well, I would say though that whatever they do in that movie, that's kind of the direction. Because again, by November 2022, the merger will be done. We'll already have an idea what their plans.
Okay, but this movie's already done. This Flash, whatever happens at the end of Flash is going to mean absolutely nothing.
Hold on, though. I'm not saying you said this, William, but I've seen the suggestion though that once the merger's complete, they could always go and do reshoots, and they could change stuff in reshoots. Don't think that's a possibility at all.
No, I think they're going to regard it at all. If I'm coming in to take over a company, Flashpoint or whatever the hell they're calling it, it's not even in my peripheral. I'm going to start at a certain hole. They're going to have to clean up first, and then they'll implement their plan. And this movie's not going to be relevant beyond the people who are currently running the company.
Can I address this? Look, I green, you green. So can I address the Batmobile picture that Zach put out? Look, listen, I want to acknowledge, first of all, I'm not naive. I do know that Zack Snyder loves to do fun things, okay? Even with the turkey picture, I said, listen, I think it's very premature for people to start saying because of the turkey video that it's greenlit, it's ready to go. Zach is signed on the dotted line. Listen, as far as I know, Zach is not signed on the dotted line. Okay, but regardless of that, it's this idea of like it's done. He's doing this, like I don't agree with that because I think that's taking it way too far, and I will absolutely tell you, do not fall for that trap, okay? But on the flip side of that, I do know that's Zack Snyder's MO, man. That Zack Snyder, he loves dropping little hints and little things here and there, about stuff that he's worked on, and that's how he's always existed. But I feel like as fans, we got to be really, really careful of how we start interpreting things. And, as much as I love everybody, when I look at this comment right here, so Snyder is showing pics with Batfleck with a green light. So it's
the Aurora Borealis.
It's the Batmobile with the Aurora Borealis. That means nothing. It could very well mean nothing. For us to assume that means that is literally us putting it together at this point. It's literally us just thinking. Now, but when Zach is asked, is this, a lot of times Zach is asked, is this you just posting a picture, or is this you dropping hints or whatever? And he says always both. But it doesn't have to be for a new movie. It doesn't have to be for any of those things. So I just think that I just want to make it very clear that I feel people should be very careful about how they interpret things.
So wait, Enoch,
and not assume that everything is for a new movie or that everything is greenlit.
So wait, hold on, Enoch. You're
Yeah.
saying that the picture of the fire surrounded by 7 chairs does not mean he's reuniting the 7 to make Justice League 2 and 3 official.
There wouldn't even be 7 in Justice League 2 because remember, half these guys get wiped out and during the war, so you're only going to see a few people.
That was another picture people were kind of flipping out over.
But here's my point too, RJ. Okay, and this is why I bring up certain people, because here's the thing: there is a difference between being logical and stating an opinion and stating something that's fact and telling people to just, hey, be careful how far out there you're going to go. Okay, like, you know what I mean? Don't go way out there on the limb because you're going to fall off or the limb's going to break. Okay, so be honest with people. But there's a difference between being honest with people and mocking people and laughing at people and going after people and making that your business. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem that I have. I will never encourage somebody with an untruth or encourage somebody that like this is going to happen or that's going to happen, with anything. And the flip side of that is I will never sit here and mock somebody because, they have an idea about something, right? Because we've seen stranger things happen. Crazy things have happened. But at the same time, I'm just telling everybody, Snyder Cut. I'm just saying everybody needs to chill out and stop going at each other about this whole thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I get that. But it doesn't help people, though, when they do act a little over the top a little bit, I would say, and kind of like there's also the opposite side there where people are capitalizing off of people's hopes. They're trying to create false hope narratives. It goes kind of both ways, which is a problem.
There are, but that does. Listen, this is what I'm going to say, RJ. I agree with you. There are people who are doing that, and those people shouldn't be doing that. On the same token, there shouldn't be people just trying to counter program that, because that ain't right either. Just being at the opposite side of a bad coin isn't good. Like just counteracting what you perceive as being okay. Well, these people over here are giving false hope. Well, you're giving false negatives. Now, I'm not saying you, RJ. I'm just saying giving false negatives, just to give false negatives to just counter everybody's hope.
It's just as bad.
What does that make someone? Like, if you just literally just don't want anybody to have any hope at all, or like any faith that something can happen, your problem, your literal core problem is that people just have faith that something can happen, but you project it out on this idea of, well, there's these bad people who see they're doing these things and they're giving these false narratives. Okay, then fine, go after the false narratives people, because I'll go after the false narratives people all day long. You know what I mean? Like, we just talked about the Snyder Bros earlier. Like, they were asking me about the Watchmen. I think the Watchmen have gone too far on many, many things. I feel like they've pushed the boundaries. They've given false hope. They're out there. Some people who were my friends at one point are literally out here in tinfoil hat land, like literally acting like things are going to happen that are never going to happen. But if people just want to speculate and have fun, there is nothing wrong with that.
No,
there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't
but
think
they're all
anyone
lumped
denies the
together.
speculations.
When they're all lumped together, that I have a problem with. And when like I said, go after the people. Go after the people who are being that way. That's all I'm saying. Like, I think you just have to be. I think we all have to be fair about it. Call a spade, call a heart, and say, look, if this does not seem, right, it's not right. And if this seems, this way. So like I said, with the Ben Affleck thing, I will go as far as to say, you know what? He may not want to do it anymore now. He may have walked away. He may have turned down the doing the whatever the film that they offered him. But we don't even know for sure. There's like literally not even stuff like that's been presented. It's literally just an article where somebody like mentions something, like it's like off comment things. You know what I mean? That it's like there's no direct comments, there's no direct quotes. It's literally just like, well, we heard that that he was he supposedly turned down being in this movie, or he turned down being in the Batgirl. There's no direct quotes from anybody. There's nothing to substantiate it other than, hey, we're Variety, or hey, we're the Hollywood Reporter, and we're just saying this is what we heard. So it's all speculation. It's literally still all speculation. And I'm not saying that means that like there's no truth to it or anything like that. I'm just saying like it's the same to me as the Tom Holland stuff, where Tom Holland was coming out a few weeks ago going, I'm just, like, I'm going to go start a family, and I don't know if I'm going to come back for Spider-Man. When we all know, literally everybody's like, he's coming back for Spider-Man, but he's out here going, I don't know if I'm going to come back. I don't know what I'm going to do. Yeah, he could. For that, people say, well, he may be using that for negotiation power. He may be doing this way. But like, literally, Ben Affleck says something about a character that Ben Affleck absolutely loves. The guy literally has a bat cave in his house. Okay. And he's on record as saying like he loves this character and he loved playing it. Right. But yet we're going to take that just for face value and say there can be absolutely nothing else to that is just this. And, and this is why I say this is because, yeah, I know Jarbo has said it about me, about Max. I'm not profiting off of anybody's false hope. First of all, that's an absolute freaking lie. So, if people want to take shots at me, they can take shots at me all they want, and I don't care because it bounced right off because I don't give false hope to anybody. I'm telling you exactly how it is. I'll tell you exactly how it is. I'm not going to give you false hope, and I'm not going to give you false negatives either. We're going to talk about what actually gets said around here. Yeah, so...
Yeah, just because he's a negative person doesn't mean that everybody is.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to believe it, don't believe it. Don't believe it.
You don't have to believe anything.
But don't go after everybody literally who does. Literally, I've been dealing with that crap now for a while. It's like trying to tell me what I said and what I believed and what I think and all this stuff. It's like...
Dude, it's like you don't have a brain, dude.
It's like I don't have a brain. Like
you have an opinion.
Like, I don't know what I said. Like
Yeah.
I don't know why I said what I said or who I was talking about when I said it. You tell me. You explain to me then what I said and why I said it and the motive behind it and all that stuff. And I don't know who's profiting off of who's profiting off of what when certain people who are saying stuff like that about other people are literally revealing on Facebook how much money they made on YouTube this last month, profiting off of the negativity they're spinning. That's all I'm going to say about that. William, you got something?
Well, I don't want to get into an uncomfortable position like that, though. I don't want to talk about other people.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, that's what was put out there on Facebook, on Twitter. When you literally post how much money you made on Twitter this month, talking about how great a month it was, and this is your month with it. Like this is your little time here, your time where you've like literally spun hard on the negativity. Well, but you want to claim that everybody else? You claim that everybody else is somehow profiting.
I'm just saying I don't really want to talk about.
I know you don't want to because listen, I like Matt too. Matt's my friend, but literally come at everybody, telling everybody that they're profiting off of hope when you're profiting off of negativity, and then showing everybody how much profit you're making.
I think that's a little debatable to say he's profiting off of pure negativity, though.
You don't think that okay? So lying about me is not and saying that I am.
Well, I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying. Okay. I don't want to be put in this position.
No, I know you don't want to be put in this position, but I'm just saying like this is the type of position we all get put in. RJ, I get put in this position every day and have to deal with this kind of crap, and so that's why I will say something about it because it's BS. It's absolute BS. It's absolute BS. And so like we're sitting here trying to do a positive thing, and we still have to deal with it. It's because it's still out there, and that's all I'm saying. Like, don't go around telling people that they're profiting off of positivity or hopium, right? When literally, like, you're dropping how much money you made this last month. Like, come on, give me a break. Who's profiting off of what then? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not trying to put anybody into into any kind of position. I'm just saying that's
the issue is when somebody's
I'm tired
wrong,
of being
somebody-
told that
Yeah.
I'm tired of being lied about. Is the just honest to God truth. I'm tired of it because it's all a bunch of internet BS is what it is. Go ahead, William.
In regards to what Ben Affleck said, for all we know, and this is what I suspect, just based on how he feels about what's currently going on, he may say no to everything until there's a complete switchover, because everything that bought him to Warner Brothers is pretty much gone. Rubinoff is gone. The previous people that bought him there, bought Nolan there, all those people are pretty much either been chased away or been disenchanted with the company. And he may say no to everything that he's offered until he knows he has a direct line to somebody credible. And there's just that they don't have that right now. I mean, if you're an Academy Award winning director, best producer, why would you give this current regime the time of day? Why not just wait until the offer actually means something? You know, I mean, he's 50, but he's not 90. He has time.
Yeah, and tell me how a 70. I'm not trying to be like old, the whole thing with being old, but he's Michael Keaton is 70 years old. He's 70 years old. We need a Batman. We know that Matt Reeves' Batman is not the Batman in the DCEU. The DCEU is still continuing, and don't tell me that Batgirl is going to be the Batman.
I don't put it past him to try it, but here's the thing, and then people will knock Zack Snyder for posting these pictures. He's doing a better job of communicating with his fans than DC Films is doing with theirs.
Exactly, yeah.
They're doing nothing to ramp us up for anything, and so it's leaving us to speculate. There should not be this much room to speculate negatively about the product. With, like I said, Spider-Man, we speculated, but everything was positive. We've been speculating for No Way Home for what, a year?
Mm-hmm.
And none has any of it been like, wow, this movie's going to be trash, or I'm not going to see this movie. I mean, I know there are people out there who've told me and I weren't in it, but once that became the worst kept secret, we were all on board with that movie, And but what we have heading into a much shorter time with The Flash is just like, just too many things. And then the people putting hopes on this movie that it's going to be the new direction. For be honest with you, and I know some of you guys are saying, "Oh, well, Hamada's not going anywhere, and Emirek's not going anywhere." Like I said, when mergers happen, they're happening all the way up till they take over, and he's got his people. Even if he has a professional, positive opinion about the current regime, they're not his people.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not his people. It's like it's sports is the same way. General manager takes over. Guess who's gone next? It's usually the coach. And then it's the offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, because they're just not the people that GM wants. He has his vision, and everybody who takes over a company, especially a company this size for $46 billion, they're just going to let the contracts go out. I mean, 2023 for Hamada's contract, that's not a long time to buy somebody out or marginalize them. All you got to do is create a position of director of IP content and establish that position as over him. And now you start running your new decision making. Now, unfortunately for them, they're gonna have to undo and dig themselves out of a hole that's currently being dug for them, but that's not impossible.
But you can't forget though that they're being very successful right now with what they're doing.
Well, how?
The problems that Warner Brothers are having are Warner Brothers problems. They're not DC problems. Right now, the Suicide Squad. Look at the critical reaction to that movie. It was loved.
That's fine, but that's
it didn't do well at the box office because the people who made the decision said we're going to throw this direct on television.
No, I didn't. There's other reasons, but let's say that's a success. Let's say I give you all that. I'll put this analogy again back to sports. 16-game season, right? You go 0-14 and you win your last 2 games, and still expect to have your job at the end. No. All right. Your body of work is what you need to be judged on. A couple of recent maybe successes after your.
But they've been successful since 2018. The only hiccup was Wonder Woman 84. I mean,
Wonder Woman 84, Birds of Prey, everything that they directly greenlit.
Birds of Prey got a positive critical reaction,
But
which is
not about the critics.
priceless.
Business
That
to
is
make money.
That is absolutely priceless because you look at where the DCEU started, it was negative, and they were kind of a laughing stock. Everybody was like, "Oh, these DC movies, nobody likes them," and now suddenly they're getting good word of mouth.
But okay, so the two movies that people give them credit for, one of them they did everything they could to butcher, which was Joker. Aquaman had nothing to do. That movie was already on its trajectory, already had the screenplay, script, already was done before most of those guys took over. The things that they've had their hand on have been mediocre. And like I said, the body of work since they've been in power, and even still, even if it was above mediocre, mergers, they don't keep somebody else's people.
Well, they do if they're working.
Whoa, if
you're not. If there was a merger at Disney tomorrow, do you think they'd throw Pixar out the window? I mean, you're not going to get rid of something that's working.
But
these DC movies have been on the upswing in terms of quality and critical reaction and everything since 2018.
I don't know which DC you're looking at, with all due respect, but like I said, too little, too late.
Wonder Woman 84 is the only film since 2018 that had a negative rating.
Negative.
But you're looking at critics' ratings. Who cares about critics?
Critics' ratings are important. That's how you build a reputation. That's how you build your reputation.
Okay, look how they built their reputation before. If critical ratings meant a lot of things, and a lot of people still have their job, money. It's about money. Okay, critical ratings don't get you the nice memberships on the golf course. Money.
Yeah, but that's how you get money, because now they have a better reputation and more people are going to go see the movies. Part of the reason people weren't going to see the movies is because they had a bad reputation.
Look at what happened with these movies. Okay, look at what happened with these movies. Even though the best movie, I think the best comic book movie in the planet was Zack Snyder's Justice League, in my opinion, right? The critics gave it a 71%. People that watched it got 94 still. So you're not going to tell me that critics that get paid by the studios to bomb a movie.
Critics don't get paid. Critics do not get paid.
They do not get paid.
But they don't even know how to handle that type of success. They did everything they could to bury those numbers. A success that they had on their streaming program. But like I said,
I'm saying that's the kind of conspiratorial nonsense I don't like.
No, I don't even need the conspiracy.
Say critics are paid.
Just see what mergers do. He's already starting to move his people into position. You don't take over a company and keep somebody else's leftovers.
Yeah, but the people he's going to move into position are at the top. They're the ones making the big decisions like, hey, let's stick everything on HBO for a full year.
No, he's
not. He's not
even
there.
Yeah, there's not going to be. You're not going to leave. If you have somebody in mind for DC Films and one of the most expensive and most valuable IPs you have in your company, you're coming into day one with somebody that you're going to transition.
Well, let's be fair here too, though. Sometimes critical reviews do matter, and sometimes word of mouth and the general audience matters. I think Austin here puts it best too. It's because the critic reviews for BVS kind of did hurt that movie, for better or for worse.
$879 million.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if he wasn't already on set, and he was already on set in Australia. If he wasn't already on set, Zack Snyder would have been fired as soon as those BVS reviews started coming out.
And that's stupid. That is, if you need to have a t-shirt and a tattoo of why you should be fired, that right there, that kind of stupidity should get you fired. Any other film company, any other major reputable film company, that kind of stupid shit, gets you fired. It gets you disappeared. But somehow, some way, because of the goofiness that's gone on with Warner Brothers since Ishihara and all this other nonsense, who should have never been the head of Warner Brothers to begin with. But one mistake collapsed, and one mistake is like a domino effect of stupidity. And now you're going to try to, let's pick up the pace now. Let's try to turn things around down. A, that doesn't work. And B, like I said, new head, new guy wants his own people in. It's just as simple as that.
Can I say something?
However good
this
current guy thinks he's doing, the guys coming in are betting on themselves. All right, those big execs bet on themselves and bet on their decision making, not someone else's. Zaslav is going to bet on himself and his decision making and the people he has in place to get him these people. He's not going to rely on leftovers. nor should he, nor anybody who's taking over a company of this size and this breadth.
So a couple things here. So I want to point out something too, because I want to make it very clear. We don't know what the Flash is going to do. There are people out there who are doomsday sayers right now who are saying the Flash is going to revisit all these things. He's going to undo the entire DC universe. If he does that, that is the stupidest thing Warner Brothers could possibly do. To sit there and literally crap on every movie that they had, to have the Flash go back and supposedly, you know, warn Diana and save Steve Trevor, and also go back and prevent the first Suicide Squad movie from happening because they saved somehow Superman from being killed, and you know, and it resolves that issue. So Superman never died. So Task Force X doesn't ever have to be initiated, and then also to go back in time and somehow to warn Superman of the loss of life in Metropolis, so you can't take the fight away from Metropolis when the freaking World Engine is right there. And see, this is my problem. This is my problem, is to act like, well, Superman could just take him away. No, you can't, because it finally gave Superman the Kobayashi Maru. What do? You have to fight the villain in the middle of the city. All you can do is try to prevent what you can prevent, but you have to stop him literally from destroying the world. Okay, a few thousand people, I think, died in that fight, compared to 7 or 8 billion people. Okay, so listen, nobody it's just like we watch these videos. I watch these videos all the time where I see videos of like people trying to second guess decisions made by world leaders in, like, you know, World War I, World War II, you know, and like everything that they had to do and everything, and that's BS. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. That is absolutely ridiculous. About this, they were going back to old trades, just talking about that. But listen, just because General Zod and Feora could possibly be in the Flash movie or are in the Flash movie, like, whatever,
it's not possibly. That's on the Warner Brothers website.
Yeah. Okay, so because they are in the Flash movie does not mean that is absolutely truth, and that Hamada's agenda is real. That you know, that they're going to undo the whole thing. It could literally be that he is going back around to the events, but it doesn't mean that he's necessarily going to undo all the events.
That doesn't make any sense.
And you haven't seen the movie. He could undo the events and like cause a bigger problem, and that's what he has to solve, because he went back and screwed it up trying to fix things, because that's what the Flash does. He tries to fix things, and every time the Flash tries to fix something, how does that end up for him?
All right,
so watch the film. That's all I'm saying.
It also means that Michael Shannon.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to say, Nadozi, I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying we got to stop. Look, I agree with RJ when he says here, you know, I mean, I know he's in the show, but the comment's true, right? Like, speculation is fun, but don't manipulate people. I absolutely agree with it. And I feel that too many websites, too many YouTubers and all this stuff, they're manipulating people. They're trying to give them there is a false hope. There is a false hope. But RJ, I think we have to start acknowledging the opposite side of that too. Do not speculate all away. Everyone can speculate. Everyone can talk about it. And if we know that people are doing something that is wrong, call that out. But also, people should not be manipulated into thinking that everyone is bad, that somehow everyone who wanted the Snyderverse or anybody who ever used,
I don't think anybody actually thinks that.
Well, the problem is when you start talking about everybody who uses the hashtag restore the Snyderverse, and as Zeno pointed out, certain people have pointed out my name and Max's name in that context, and that's not fair, and that's not right. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is I feel like we got to call it out all the way around, and everybody just needs to stop. You know, literally, like, everybody just needs to chill the heck out and like stop trying to one up each other constantly, you know, and do that, because it's just going nowhere. So to that, I say to anybody who wants to give me a hard time about the approach I take or the way that I say things, here you go.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Don't let my sweetheart.
Just do your own thing then. You know what? If you don't know what I got to say, then don't say my name. You know, if you want to have a conversation, look, I'll have a conversation all day long. You know,
But who could help fill in the gaps where all the foil hat and all the speculation goes somewhat is DC Films themselves. I mean, actually run a company to the point where we don't need to know everything. Like I said, don't spoil everything, but give me some type of a roadmap instead of the clueless juggling spectacle that it has been. If there's any reason why I wouldn't want these guys around, forget about the actual content, because the content's hit or miss. Movies are hit or miss. They're subjective. You may love something. But what leads up to their movies, what goes away from their movies, has been absolute nonsense and disorganization. I'll say this, even all the goofy ideas I've heard, even if they did all their goofy ideas, there's a way to market and put all these things together to make them appealing, to make me look forward to The Flash, to make me look forward to Blue Beetle, to make me look forward to anything. If you market yourself and conduct yourself in a fashion, you can feed me anything, and now I trust you. But they haven't done that. That is the number one above anything else. The number one thing that if I say thumbs up or thumbs down, whether you need to stay in your positions or not, if you haven't done that simple thing, and you have that at your power, you have DC Fandom, you have the internet, you have YouTube, you have all these things to fill in the gaps to the point where we're not just smacking our heads. And I'm not just saying the Snyder fans. I'm talking about the general audience at the bottom that is looking at this like, this is a mess. I think I'll go on to something else. And they won't make noise. They won't get on and do hashtags. They won't scream out loud. They'll just move on quietly. And that's a big problem.
And you know what? And see, you know what? And this is fine. I green, you green. Like seriously, you know what? Like have your own feelings about stuff. Nobody should tell you how to feel about it. You know, like if you believe that I don't care. I mean, like if you believe that the Flash movie is gonna be like Henry Cavill flying out of the sky saying I'm Superman and I'm here to lead, and Zack Snyder himself makes a cameo, and like, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. If we can speculate all day long about anything we want to speculate about, right? But like, yeah, people would like to say that like other people are responsible for your opinions, you know, and you know,
it's like, you know what I think? It's like people. Why do people go out of the way to burst people's bubble, to burst people's hope? You know, I want that to happen. I want everything to happen. But why do I want to listen to a person that is like, no, it's never going to happen. No, it's my hope. It's what I want to happen. I'm not forcing it on you. I'm not telling you what to do. So why are you that person that does that just to piss people off? Because that's the only thing you do, man. When you say stupid comments like that, you piss people off, and then you're the asshole.
They're on thin ice, bro.
But, oh my god, dude, that party was so... Oh, I almost just kicked that rock. I'm not gonna fall.
That's actually pretty talented right there. That could
right? I know, right?
Ended the other way. That guy could have busted his skull, and he did that for a lot longer than I would have been able to do. But hey, listen, if somebody tells me that the Snyderverse has no hope to happening, like I said earlier this afternoon, okay, what else you got? It doesn't. We're not. It's like the Cold War. I'm not going to change those people's minds. We have as much information to say that something's going to happen as they do that it's not.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
So I don't even let these guys get to me as far as their opinion, because their opinion really doesn't bother me as far as, you know what? I heard the same things all the way up to the Snyder Cut itself. So
yes, Gavin, that is the Flash. He forgoes the cosmic treadmill.
It just uses ice
for ice.
But those are the things that fans that do to each other, have been doing to each other as long as there's been fandom.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you have a product and you market it right, we would be talking about literally, and I kid you not, we will be talking about how kick-ass a Blue Beetle movie might be.
Yeah.
But we don't trust the people putting it on, so it's a joke.
See, that's the exact opposite with me. I have total trust in them. With everything they've given us these last few years, I have no reason not to trust them.
Well, I wish. Look, you know what? And Joe,
I wish I had your optimism, Joe.
Joe,
don't.
I wish. Look, I wish
love
more people.
Shazam. I love Suicide Squad 2. I loved Birds of Prey. I mean, they haven't given me anything. Even Wonder Woman 84, which is probably the most divisive movie they put out the last few years, I enjoyed it. It's my least favorite of the ones they put out recently, but I still
Now, look,
got enjoyment
I love.
out of it.
So Joe, I will say this, man. I'll say this. Listen, I share your optimism in the fact that I love Shazam. Look, and that's things like people come at me from both sides, right? So, like nobody likes me, like apparently from that whole thing. So, like, good luck with yourselves. But I love Shazam. Okay. Do I think Shazam is a little marred because Henry Cavill didn't appear as Superman at the end, and they did the head cut off thing? Yeah, but I also understand that he had one more movie, and
he had one movie and he wasn't available to shoot that scene.
Yeah, he wasn't available to shoot it, so I can't be mad about that, right? I can't be mad about that. It is what it is. But I love Shazam. I thought it was a great film.
I love Shazam.
I will defend Shazam all day long. I like Birds of Prey. I know that's not popular either, but I liked Birds of Prey. Now, do I think they're the best movies? No, but like I've loved what DC has put out, and I'm not against it. I liked Suicide Squad. I didn't think it was the greatest. I thought it kind of insisted on itself, but I love the Harley Quinn stuff all day long, and I felt that they did a really good job with a lot of things there. I think there was just a lot of negativity towards it, and it is what it is, right? So I agree with you. The problem, Joe, is that's not the overall narrative for people, right? People act like it has to be one thing or another, and we can't just have nice things, right?
Well, you have to have consistency. You have to have consistency, and they don't.
Yeah, it's not all consistent, but you don't have. It doesn't have to all be the same thing. That's the one great thing about DC is that you can have lighthearted stuff that's comical and like that, and then you can have the serious stuff too. What I don't like is the people on the serious side want to say nothing could be comical or lighter fare, and then the people on the lighter fare side says nothing could be dark and brooding, or like everything is dark and brooding, and we hate it all. And it's like it's like that old was that the Bugs Bunny Warner Brothers cartoon, Warner Brothers ironically, where they would show the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress, and all the Republicans were elephants in suits, and all the Democrats were donkeys in suits, and they're like, we accept it, we reject it, we accept it, we reject it, and they just go back and forth. Like, that's how we are as fans, and we just don't appreciate anything anymore, and let things breathe and say, hey, you know what, I can enjoy a Shazam movie that is just fun and light and has kids in it and is good, and then I can enjoy a darker film that's a more serious take on Batman or Superman or whatever. I mean,
I think the only inconsistency that they had is not the connection they had with the first three movies. Yeah. The first three movies that they had were
very consistent.
Were a trilogy that was back to back, but while the other movies weren't as connected. So I think that's the main.
Here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that sinks everything. They never finished the story arc. Had they finished that story arc, I would give a rat's ass about what they had coming up next. And but the problem is even forget about an extremist. I'm not even extremist. A 1%er like me. What does a general fan see when you don't have to be an insider to know that something is incomplete, and that's why you spent money on something that you never got a true end to.
Joe, let me ask you a question. So I know you're like me. You liked Birds of Prey, for example.
Yeah.
Right? And so I really like Birds of Prey, and I'll defend Birds of Prey all day.
Absolutely.
Now I will say this to the people who don't like Birds of Prey. I think one of the best things that they could have done, and this speaks to Williams' idea and thought on this, is that they just don't complete things, right? So the idea that we got the breakup between Harley and the Joker before we ever really saw them in a relationship together, I think was sad. Like, you know what I mean? That we didn't see them. Like, I think there would have been more weight to it, maybe. And Joe, I'm interested to hear your take. Do you think that there would have been a little bit more weight to that, maybe, if we had saw that in the film, like that, like actually seen them together and then have them break up? It'd have been like, yeah, okay. right? I mean,
maybe.
but we don't see that at all.
I never thought about that though. Like watching the movie, I never thought this would be better if we saw them in a because I don't know. I feel like we saw them in a relationship in Suicide Squad, and it was clearly a pretty dysfunctional one. So
when we did our theater full of people, and the number one complaint about the movie was that there was no Joker in it. The movie seemed like there was a missing piece the entire time, and they were stringing something together without. That was the number one. The complaint we had that about the movie. A lot of people liked it otherwise, but that was a big otherwise, and like I said, it leans on these other things. You're gonna give me a new Batman, you never finish the old one. You're gonna shove me a new something with a new Superman logo on his or her chest, you never finish the old one. It's like, why would I trust you with the future when you haven't even completed the past? And that's not something that you have to be on YouTube or on a Facebook or on a Twitter group to have an issue with. The
Well,
average
they got a new Superman coming out. Have you seen the new Superman thing that came out?
Is this a drop I'm about to step into, or
You Superman octopus now?
that was the red kryptonite, right?
But you see the problem there? It's like watching a TV show and you know it's about to, like when they canceled Swamp Thing, that hurt its viewers. It's like if you don't know that you're going to get completion to something, or you haven't got completion, you're kind of gun shy. It's like,
I guess my question is, what did we not get completion to? Because I don't feel that we didn't get completion.
Well, we didn't get. I mean, we didn't get completion for
anything
for
that
the
they
obvious.
began.
Okay.
Anything that they began.
Yeah, I mean, look, they started giving us Zack Snyder's arc, right, of Superman. It was Superman's arc. It was a 5-movie arc. It was supposed to be a 5-movie arc. We never got the completion of that, to see Superman come full circle, to learn what he was supposed to learn. So it left Superman kind of mid transition, right, where he had just come back from the dead. We don't really see him, because in the next movie we're supposed to see more of that, him being well, they were going to the future to show the Superman succumb to the anti-life, right, equation, right, because Darkseid finds the anti-life equation and uses it, which is all comic accurate stuff, man. Comic book geeks should love that stuff. But the thing is, and then in the end, it was supposed to be that the Justice League beats Darkseid. Batman sacrifices himself to help save that. So it should have been a great story arc. And Superman came through his story full circle, where now he has learned the things, and so he is Superman. And Zach has said straight up that he was going to be the Superman that we know and love, but he will have gotten there not just because he's Superman, but because he learned it. He understood like why he needed to handle things in a certain way and do things in a certain way. So that's one. But then also, I mean, we talked about Wonder Woman. You mentioned Wonder Woman 84. Wonder Woman 84 is such a letdown compared to the first Wonder Woman movie. Yeah. The first Wonder Woman movie is so good, and sets up such a great storytelling device. And then by the time you get to Wonder Woman 84, and I'll be honest, Crazy Joe, when it first came out, I liked it, right? I defended it even with its 80s, subtext and all that stuff, because it was like, hey, that's the 80s. I heard people were complaining about the movie for all the wrong reasons, okay? And I stand behind that. People complained about Wonder Woman 84 for the wrong reasons at first, because they were like, because I literally heard people talking about like, oh, I don't like all the colors and it's all bright and everything. Well, if it's set in the 80s, that's what you're going to get. Any of us who grew up in the 80s, we know what the 80s were. Yep. The 80s were the mall. The 80s were the colors, the spandex, the big hair, the neon. Like
Joe was in the 80s.
What's that?
Joe was in the 80s.
I know Joe was in the. That's what I'm saying. So
I loved all of this stuff.
Exactly, and that's what I loved about it, because it made me very nostalgic for that. People complaining about that part of it. I feel we're off on the wrong stuff. The parts that were wrong was changing Wonder Woman's character to be one, instead of being a warrior princess who yes has a sword and yes fights battles against like aliens when in BVS where she's like I've fought things from other planets before, right? You know what I mean? Like she's done that stuff, and I love that in Zack Snyder's Justice League, like she cuts Steppenwolf's head off because she is a Themyscirian warrior. Wonder Woman does not play. Read a Wonder Woman comic book. The problem is we all watched the 1970s and early 80s Wonder Woman with Linda Carter. And listen, I love Linda Carter. I mean, she's beautiful. She's gorgeous. I mean, she was doing stuff like this.
Moist, wet, wonderful colors. Colors that lick your lips.
So nobody's going to argue with that, right? I mean, but the problem is people felt that after seeing that, that was Wonder Woman. That's not how Wonder Woman has been. Wonder Woman was kick butt. That's like watching the 60s Batman and saying, well, that's Batman. Listen, it's a style of Batman. Do I still love Adam West? Heck yeah, I love Adam West, man. I can still watch those old things, but do I think that that's the only way that Batman can be? No. And you know how jarring it would have been to see Michael Keaton or Ben Affleck or any other Batman go halfway through. Can you imagine watching Batman Begins, and then by the time we got to The Dark Knight Rises, they course corrected, and like Batman is like scaling walls with Robin and like meeting celebrities halfway up. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't work, and that's what they did with Wonder Woman 84. Is they changed her character where now she's like beating her villains with love.
The big thing that like BVS and Wonder Woman showed is that Wonder Woman has been gone from human society as a whole, as like a hero and as everything for 100 years, and that BVS was her first outing for 100 years. It's like since World War I that she's now a hero again, and that was the whole theme of her. That was the theme of her character in BVS, that she's returning to her heroism again.
Yeah, and it was
the other things, Joe, people are talking about in the comments to answer your question. And Silent, I agree with you, man. That's things people think that was just in 80s movies, and it's not. Like it was actually like that. Yep. And look, you know what? Look, I debated Matt Jarbo about Wonder Woman 84. Okay, now since then I've watched it a few more times, and it doesn't sit as well with me. But you know what? It's okay. I'm not saying it's the worst movie ever, because I think that there's still a lot of redeeming qualities about the movie. I don't think it's horrible. It's not It's not Catwoman.
It's not Justice League.
Yeah, it's not Justice League. Like, you know what I mean?
I think that's a much better film.
Well, it's not, but I still love you. But you know, like I tell RJ the way I think, and I'll tell you the way I think. It doesn't mean I don't love you. But I, you know, hey, whatever. But no, the other things that people are talking about, like, okay, Green Lantern movie. Right? Green Lantern movie was actually supposed to be the kickoff of the DCEU. No follow through. Horrible execution. Like, there are parts of the Green Lantern movie that I love, that I absolutely adore. And then there are parts that are just so bad that it's cringeworthy, and they didn't follow through. They literally stopped midstream, and they gave us the tease of an awesome yellow-suited Sinestro that we're never gonna see.
That was a mistake. They should have done Green Lantern 2.
Oh my gosh, right? And so
Okay,
the thing, but there's that. Then they started promising us all these films. They're like, well, you're going to get a Cyborg film, you're going to get a Green Lantern film, you're going to get a Flash movie, you're going to get all this stuff, and they just didn't follow through with it, right? And so they've second guessed themselves left and right. Look how many times they've tried to reboot stuff. Superman Returns, okay? There's a soft spot in my heart for Superman Returns. I love Brandon Routh, but the problem wasn't him. The problem was his movie, Bryan Singer. Okay, there's just so much missing from that film. right? How many times have they tried to reboot stuff or try to get stuff off the ground? In the 2000s, the mid 90s to the 2000s were filled with absolutely failed projects. It should not be that hard to get a project off the ground. They had a Justice League movie that was going to be made, and it literally got canned for good, bad, whatever. It got canned at the last minute. The Nicolas Cage Superman thing, with Superman Lives. We talked about Kevin Smith. That was all, part of it. But have you ever watched, Joe? Have you watched Schnepp's?
Oh yeah, I own it.
That's
on Blu-ray.
That's a great thing.
It makes me so regretful we never got to see that movie.
I'm on the fence on that because I feel like a Nicolas Cage Superman movie.
No, too ugly.
The way the final product, Joe. I'm glad we didn't see the early on stuff where Kevin Smith was working on it, and it was actually a love letter to the fans who loved the Death of Superman storyline. I feel that would have been good. When you got John Peters sitting there talking about robot spiders that ended up in Wild Wild West and all that stuff, that's ridiculous.
Speaking of John Peters, I actually just got out before this stream started. I got out of Licorice Pizza, and Bradley Cooper plays John Peters.
Oh my god!
Really?
Yes.
Was that movie good? Did you like it?
I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Good.
I think it's going to be divisive, though.
Do you guys? Okay, so I have a quick question, guys. Do you guys think that, like, when you look at the Batman, right? Like, we gave the Batmen.
It did RPK. RPK, you're absolutely right. It got canceled because of the writer's strike, but also they never came back to it. Yeah. They literally had everything going.
They paused it and then cancel it right when the writer's strike was
and then it was gone. But you are right.
You're going back. You're giving them even more of a benefit of the doubt than I would, simply because I'm just going to go ahead and judge this current regime or the remnants of the regime that started. The biggest
I'm just saying it's a long storied issue.
But the
biggest
they
have not known what to do with their properties.
The biggest thing that these guys ever undertook, they didn't finish. So now, not even within the same generation, not even within the same decade, you're literally trying to give me new versions of something that you never finished. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't trust. Why? I mean,
see, I disagree with that. I feel that they gave us a conclusion.
To what?
What?
I mean, like it serves as a trilogy. I mean, you've got.
Did I see the Dark Side conclusion?
You saw Dark Side in Justice League.
But they had to be drawn.
So what's going to happen in Dark Side
to the finish line on that? That's not something he should have to petition for. We shouldn't have to petition for that. Even prior to that, if they were doing the right things, we would have had that without it. There would have been no Snyder Cut movement. If they hadn't made a boneheaded, idiotic decision at the beginning of this, there would be no Snyder Cut movement. All right, the Snyder Cut movement, for whatever it is, was birthed from their stupidity. That's why it's there. That's the only reason why it's there. So we haven't
not wrong.
The biggest character, one of the most famous superheroes in the world, the very first superhero, you began a story arc and didn't give it a proper finish. The second most popular DC character, arguably the most, Batman, you started an arc, it didn't finish. The two biggest things you set out to do, you didn't finish. And
what arc didn't finish for Batman? What arc didn't they finish?
The same exact story that Superman was involved in is not done. That's why we're wondering whether Cavill's coming back, whether Affleck's coming back. Their stories are not done, and people know it. That's where their credibility hurts.
I don't know what more continuation you want, though.
Okay, so Darkseid coming to destroy the planet.
Oh, well, they can still do that.
What do you mean? It's
not
done yet.
They can still do that.
The Armada. So he's not going to show up, and we're not going to have a movie with him anymore. But he's coming to Earth to destroy the planet. But the movie's done. The arc is done already. That doesn't make any sense.
The arc's nowhere near done, and people know it. It's not just
everybody
knows.
People know
it, and it hurts the future interpretations of their characters because, like I said, the general fan, not the guy like me, not super nerd like me, the general fan. If you do not keep the general fan engaged, they move on. There's too many things on the comic book menu right now that they can move on to that have been better managed and been better handled. You don't have the margin for error. These things, they're getting better. No, too late. That's like
I disagree. I think that they're doing the exact right move.
A 10-minute head start on me. like I said, this is why their credibility is shot. And they could fix. Somebody's going to fix it, because like I said, otherwise you're going to churn out really good movies possibly, and nobody's going to give a rat's ass, or not as many people as they want to give a rat's ass about it. Especially with HBO Max. You know, I mean, and you have the option now in 45 days, and instead of taking your family out and spending $100
And
on
that's a huge
something that
mistake right there.
in 3 years, this is the start of something so and so, okay? And then in their fashion, I never get another part to that something again, and I just spent a lot of money getting into it. So the normal average blue collar consumer hates that crap. They hate that crap on network TV. They hate that crap on movies. Anytime you disjoint things like that, then and it's not always a guy screaming and hollering. He just simply walks away.
All right,
You
so
never
I
get
want
the
to get
measure.
through. I know
Oh, yeah,
look, we all have different opinions about this, and that's great. That's great. I love that, because I love that it's not an echo chamber. I love that we can bounce things off of each other, and we all have different likes. We all have different dislikes. You know, and we all have different opinions about where things are with DC. The unfortunate thing is like, look, I said to somebody today, Joe. Actually, I'm just gonna be straight up honest, because it was in the private thread that Matt Jarbo has, and Matt made a comment. I'm not speaking out here because he said this kind of thing online. It's not bad. It's just that he said, like, with the negativity and stuff, sometimes it makes him, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but you know, like it starts to kind of affect your love for, like, DC, right? And I've heard people say that. I would say this, and I said this in there. I don't understand that concept, because no matter how bad, look, I've endured Superman 4. Okay? I've endured Batman and Robin, and they still have a special place in my heart. You know, I've endured the worst of what I think DC could be. I have seen now, I have come through the last couple of years where I have talked with people like Ray Fisher, who unfortunately went through some pretty bad things over at Warner Brothers and had to deal with people's, you know, crap over at Warner Brothers, and other people who have had to deal with stuff like that. So I've seen the good, the bad. You know, I've seen the movies that have come out that I absolutely loved. Man of Steel, absolutely loved. Thought was fantastic. Enjoyed with all my heart. BVS, absolutely loved. Enjoyed with all my heart. I've seen Zack Snyder's Justice League now, which is just a tremendous feat for me. And then I've seen things that I haven't liked. At the end of the day, there's nothing that's ever going to take my love for DC away. And unfortunately, DC and Warner Brothers are chasing. They're trying to chase, Marvel, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that they're in that position, that they're constantly trying to chase after this thing when they don't need to be that at all. They've got good people like you, like me, who just love DC. If they would just try to incorporate some of those things into these films and into these movies, you wouldn't have to chase the dragon. You know, we can like them. Joe, you and I can like movies. You know, we can enjoy these things. Unfortunately, the vast public has not responded the same way, and it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate, and I will acknowledge that sometimes it has definitely been, and it's people act like it's not, but it is. There's definitely a Marvel bias right now in the world, where Marvel can pretty much do anything they want to do, and they just back the truck up and they just load the money in. It doesn't matter the plot holes they have in their films. It doesn't matter the cringe sometimes they have in their films. The not treating their own characters good sometimes. Like, they have less of that issue, I feel. But there are times that, like, you know, it's there and it just doesn't get acknowledged, right?
Well,
So I'm kind of trying to bring this one because I feel like we could go like circular on it. Coming back to the Ben Affleck thing, I don't think that it's clear that Ben has just like drawn this line in the sand for like years and said I don't want to do it anymore, and I don't want anything to do with it. Because even when he said, even at his worst, when he said on Jimmy Kimmel, "I'm not Batman," it was literally with the question mark. When you're adamant that you don't want to do something, you speak it, you say it. And then he literally came back and said, I am Batman. I did this again. He came back, did it for Zach. He's come back, he's in the Flash. He may be saying, hey, after the Flash, I'm done. I'm done. And if he says that, I feel that we have to acknowledge that. Let the man do what he wants to do. He's a grown adult, right?
Mhm.
He's a grown adult. We will always have the things that we love, right? We'll always have those movies that have been made already. And like William said, listen, time changes things, okay? And it doesn't have to be a long time either. It can literally be a short amount of time that we go from somebody saying something, and then it's like, oh, no, I had plenty of time off. I'm good. And you know what? I'm back. What if Zack Snyder what if Ben directs a movie or does a movie that like he wants to do, gets that out of his system, and then all of a sudden by then, like William said, the Discovery deal goes through, things change, all of a sudden Zack, maybe approaches him and says, hey, do you want to do this?
Well, Enosh, to your point, Michael Keaton walked away from Batman. He didn't want to do Batman Forever. He walked away, and he's willing to go. I mean, you never know what the future
Can we
holds.
just stop hating on Michael Keaton? Okay.
Nobody's hating on him.
Listen. Okay. I understand the sentiment. He's 70 years old. I don't want to see him be the main Batman in the continuity. Okay. I don't think that a 70-year-old Batman as the main Batman for the continuity, for the DC continuity, is healthy, because you can't see Batman doing Batman stuff alongside of our other heroes.
Can I make an argument in favor of it?
Well, I know the argument, and I agree that they can do it. I mean, they can make it, but it's only going to go so far, don't you think, Joe? I mean,
here's the thing.
There's no longevity in that.
Let me point to Ghostbusters, the new Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm.
I keep pointing out, I love the new Ghostbusters.
Me too.
It's one of my favorite movies of the year.
Yep.
And I said the easy route for Ghostbusters, the route I would have gone, because I'm not as creative as these guys, is to get a bunch of comedians, stick them in New York City, have them chasing ghosts, being trained by Ray and, Peter, and basically repeat the formula that we saw for 1 and 2. But Jason Reitman comes in and he goes, no, we're going to set this in a small town on a farm. We're going to have kids. It's going to be a family film. He went a completely different direction that it never would have occurred to me. Now, if you ask me what to do about Ben Affleck leaving, let's just assume rather than get into the debate again, let's just assume Affleck didn't want to do it. If you said to me, what do? I would have said just recast like Ruffalo and when Ed Norton left, and just recast and keep your continuity intact. Just stick a new actor in there. That's what I would have done.
That's where I'm at too.
But this is a bold move. This is something unique, something I never would have thought of. I never would have thought, let's bring back the original Batman in this continuity. That wouldn't have occurred to me. So I heard that and I'm like, damn, that is a big swing right there. I'm excited.
Yeah, no, dude, and I'm not saying that. Look, and to Integrity's point here, first of all, Keaton is 70 years old. He looks like he's 55. He literally just played the main villain in a Spider-Man film for the MCU for a couple years ago, right? I understand all that. He is perfect for an old Batman. All right, I agree with that, and I have said I want him. Actually, I've wanted him for a Batman Beyond film for the longest time. Absolutely wanted him for that. All I'm saying is for the long-term plan, I don't think that long-term that works.
Yeah,
because older Batman for the long term, you know what I mean? It's a weird situation. But I just want to say, because I see a lot of people just hating on Michael, and just saying things about Michael Keaton like he doesn't matter, like he wasn't a good Batman, like he wasn't this, like he wasn't that. And guys, listen, Michael Keaton was a whole generation's Batman. He was my Batman. Kevin Smith literally just talked about it. He was his Batman. And Kevin says, look, I didn't even know that there were people that like didn't acknowledge him as Batman until this, until Twitter blew up this last week about it. Whatever. Listen, I love now Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck is my Batman as far as I hate, right? Or as far as I hate, as far as I feel right now, right? And Darshan, I agree. Like, I don't think it's his time right now, but you know what? I am interested to see him come back. I was glad to see him come back. I'm excited to see him back in the role. I just don't know that I'm excited to see him like carrying the role forward. I'm excited to see him like get the ball and run a play. You know what I mean? It's like seeing your favorite player, get an at bat or something like that. Come back and get an at bat or something like that. It'd be great, right? But I don't necessarily want to see that person in the game every week, because I feel like over time it's going to be a detriment to the team. Because I don't think that you're establishing your Batman. You're just relying on this past, and if you're going to make that your main Batman, make that the Batman of that world. Make him the Bruce Wayne of that world that does the Batman Beyond thing. I don't think that it's a good idea either to make it like Batgirl Beyond, where like he's doing that. I don't think that's a good idea either. But
I'm certain they're going to do Batman Beyond. I'm convinced.
Well, it doesn't look like it, Joe. Joe, from what they're saying right now, this Batgirl movie is going to be your Batman Beyond. That's going to be your Batman Beyond.
For now,
this is your chance. Well, they're not going to do it twice, though, dude.
They're going to if they do Batman Beyond, that's going to be big screen. That's not going to be HBO Max.
I think.
Well, dude, Batgirl's not HBO Max anymore.
No, it is.
No, it still is.
No, it's not.
No, the Blue Beetle got changed.
It's only Blue Beetle that got changed.
The news came out last week that Batgirl was going to the big screen as well.
No.
Unless that got debunked, because that was out all over the place. Was the Batgirl was now going to?
Please tell me that's been debunked.
No. It's not.
I mean, that was the
I looked
news.
at it the other day. It still says HBO Max on it.
Okay,
I'm just saying that was the news that it was going out. Either way,
I heard that same news, and I was hoping to God hoping that was going to get debunked or changed.
Look, either way, the thing is it's all in their continuity. They're not going to do a thing where they have an old. They're not going to bring Michael Keaton back again to do a Batman Beyond with a guy now after they've literally established, and they've talked about this, that's what they want to do. Is that I mean, that's what the whole story has been. Is that they want to do it as Batgirl, where this Bruce Wayne is her mentor, training her to be the Bat person of that world. And so they're already basically doing it. Like, I don't agree with it, Joe. I don't agree with it. But that's what they're saying that they're doing.
But that's
I think that's a mistake, though. But if they do that now with a girl, they're not going to, or a female, they're not going to go back and do it with a guy.
I think they would. I mean, Batman's their most profitable character.
It's kind of redundant.
But you got to handle them right, though. And
because hold on, Joe. Think about this. If Batgirl is set in a world where you have an older Batman, right? You have an older Batman. You already have your Bat person.
Yeah, but look at Batman has a whole family.
Make Batman even older?
But there's Batman, there's Robin, there's Batgirl, there's Nightwing. Batman has a whole family. Why couldn't there be a Batgirl and a Batman?
Not necessarily.
Why can't you have Barbara and Terry? I don't understand why they can't go into
not necessarily in that
guys,
world. We don't
you're
know
applying logic to this particular group.
That's things we're applying comic logic. We're applying comic logic to something that obviously is not comic logic, because obviously all those people don't exist in that world.
They don't they
don't exist until they do.
I think the whole thing is with Flash. It's
you're not going to have a Robin though starting with a 70-year-old Batman.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen to Flash, right? We don't know what's going to happen in Flash, and I think that's the main thing. We don't know what the Flash is going to be, because like I'm putting logic with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keaton is not from this universe. Affleck is. Okay, so that means that Supergirl is not from this universe. Affleck is. So what I'm thinking is that the Flash is going to jump to their universe, grab them, okay, grab them from their universe. They're going to be in the Flash. Affleck is still in this universe. He can't go and reverse time, and all of a sudden is Keaton. He's not from this universe. It doesn't make any sense. A timeline and a multiverse are completely separate things.
Well, they've said that Keaton is going to play a role similar to what
Nick Fury
plays.
Like Nick Fury, yeah.
You know,
what I'm saying is that I think, this is my opinion, but I think it's that the Flash grabs them, brings them to this universe, to the DCEU, and he can't take them back. So that's why they're in this universe. But Affleck is still here. He can't erase Affleck, because how he's going to erase Affleck and it all of a sudden be Keaton.
But I don't think
Keaton is not from this universe.
But I don't think that he's bringing them back to this universe. I feel like he's going to do something that's going to screw it all up, and it's all going to mix and meld.
It's going to make a composite.
Yeah, it's going to make a composite universe.
Yeah.
But look, that's all speculation. That's all the fun stuff. But I do want to get on to our next topic, because it is 3 already, and we spent like 2 hours on this topic, because it's an important topic. It's a great topic. And look, like I said, I think it's something that we all have to start being honest with ourselves. Okay, that's all I'm telling you guys. I'm not telling you to lose hope, and I'm not telling you to have pointless hope. I'm telling you to just be realistic and prepare yourself. We should always prepare for the worst, right? And hope for the best. Hope for the thing that you want, but if you don't get it, don't act like a jerk about it and try to blow up everything. Okay? Don't try to attack everyone or attack everything. Let's hope for the best, right?
Yeah.
Let's hope that it all makes sense. Right now, I don't know that I have as much faith in the DC universe as I have in Marvel, that Marvel will do the right thing. Speaking of Marvel, though, it's too bad RJ had to leave. But
I'm going to bail out. I just want to say goodnight, because it's 3 a.m. here. So,
no, I hear you.
All right.
Good night, Joe.
Yeah.
So, good night, Joe. So I want to share this because we're going to talk about Spider-Man making $1 billion, and I got a couple little clips here. So enjoy this about why this guy says Spider-Man is a terrible film.
Spider-Man No Way Home was a terrible film, and you guys can't convince me otherwise. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen it yet. Okay, everybody's saying that this movie is an amazing film, 10 out of 10, better than Avengers Endgame, all this stuff. But y'all just gonna ignore this? Who is this? Who is this person? This guy was all over the movie, and we never once got an explanation for who this is. Showed up at the very end being all weird to MJ and Ned and stuff, like we're supposed to care. How are y'all not bothered by this? I want to like this movie. I'm surprised that I'm the only one that seems to have an issue with this. Like, we don't even know this guy's name. This is just bad writing, guys. It's just bad writing for a movie.
Yeah, I saw that on TikTok. I saw that. It was hilarious, dude.
Yeah, so we don't even know who that guy is. You know what? It is what it is. Also, I saw this one. I thought this one was funny. I'll play this one for you as well.
Dear God, I know this might be a lot to ask, and I honestly, truly understand if it doesn't happen. But you do say ask, and it will be given. So Jesus, I pray to you right now. Please, if it is in your will, make me Spider-Man, God. This city needs a hero, and I'm that guy. I'm the guy that could stop the crime and inspire people and swing around this city, God. Please let me be Spider-Man. Give me all of his abilities. Please, Jesus. And here's the kicker. I will be doing it all for your glory, Jesus, pointing people back to you. Please, God. Also, I might find my MJ that way, which would be really cool too. Amen.
I do.
Please, God, just make me Spider-Man. And then I got one more that it's a fun one about the blip.
So I just realized in Endgame that when you come back from the blip, you literally go right to the position you were when you left. So what if you were like in a really compromising position when you came back? Like, is something going?
Brings up a good point.
Yeah, that would have been hilarious.
Mm-hmm. But so I don't know. There's a lot to talk about this, but it goes without saying, Spider-Man has made over $1 billion.
Yes, and that hasn't even been in China yet, too.
They never get to China, depending on how China's acting these days.
Yeah, with how things are going. But yeah, so we are at well over $1 billion now. I think this is great. This is great news for theaters. This is great news for movie fans. This is great news for Disney. This is great news for Marvel. This is great news for Spider-Man. They made a great film. They made a film that appeals to everyone. It literally got butts in the seats. They did a great marketing campaign. They did a great setup for it. I think it's awesome.
Yes,
I really think it's awesome.
Biggest winner, if they can figure out how to play this correctly, is Sony, because this movie was always going to make good money, but the hype engine going into this movie was about two particular individuals, and both of those individuals were Sony-born Spider-Man. So if I'm them, take inventory of what you have and exploit this. You know, you have a Spider-Man or two that people like. You have a Spider-Man waiting in the wings, waiting Miles Morales that people like. Set out on your own way and start making your own stories that are not contingent and dependent on some other studio. They have that opportunity now. Do you think
that they go ahead and they make a Spider-Man 4 or
not Spider-Man 4, but Spider-Man 3?
Yeah, it hasn't 3.
I'm waiting for that just to pop up on my screen. I think that they'll capitalize on that. I don't think there is much to capitalize on as far as Tobey Maguire as an actor Spider-Man, but there's still relevance to his character, because I think they are going to create a composite universe here. And I think that if they bring in Miles Morales through Sony and solely through Sony, they can use Tobey Maguire's older Spider-Man to mentor him in the same way that Peter B. Parker mentors him in Into the Spider-Verse. So they really have the pieces there, and they do not need to do anything as far as making Miles Morales an Avenger or sticking him with the other 4 billion Marvel characters. They don't do that. That character has built-in factors to him that is gonna do for Sony what Black Panther did for Marvel as far as that demographic goes. And if they play their cards right, they could have a hit on their hand all their own. They don't have to share the money with anybody. They don't have to share the reality with anybody. They could if they play this right, and they could still have a third Spider-Man movie with Garfield because people want it. You know, enough of this movie's success was driven by two individuals that were completely Sony characters, non-MCU Spider-Man, that should show them that at least for one of those Spider-Men, there's still at least one more movie to be made.
I think so too. I really think that with Shazam, I really feel that there's more story that can be told there. I don't want to see it be the story that they were originally going to tell.
Nah. They've been given a mulligan.
Yeah. I think that they've been given a great opportunity to deal with it, and that's cool. But yeah, I mean, I think that they could really do something good here, and that it could be something good, and they could get. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. But I feel that they could do a great movie with Shazam 3. Spider-Man 4. Okay. Whoops. It's my headset. That's why. Sorry.
Yeah. I say the only way you do a Spider-Man 4 is
I was pulling the cable out of my my input jack there. But no, yeah, I mean, I know like Andrew Casale is going to disagree, but I don't think that there's really a reason for Spider-Man 4. I think you could use Tobey. You use Tobey as an older
as a teacher,
mentor, bring him into different films, do that, in the Spider-Verse, and I think that would be great.
Now, after Garfield's third, I wouldn't go more than another movie with Garfield. I would let him end this trilogy. And then I would use that space in between to bring in Miles Morales as that universe's Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, I agree and you agree. I'm waiting for my wife.
So I would use Miles Morales as that universe's Spider-Man, and have him, because like I said, the generation, the demographic, age-wise, what he represents to kids, not just black kids and Puerto Rican kids, to kids in general. You would, for the first time in 50 years, you would have a Spider-Man that could grow along a very young demographic, and you could cultivate those customers for the next 10 years. You can't always do that with Spider-Man because he's been around since the 60s. We're talking about a Spider-Man that's a contemporary to kids and teenagers today, that's going through the same issues that he is today and moving through life the same, and then dealing with the issues of being biracial, being growing up in a big city and everything and then being a superhero. You know, that was always the appeal earlier on with Spider-Man, that he's kind of lost throughout the decades, and that Miles Morales could have. So they have two Spider-Man right there. Finish with Garfield. You got to pay off that movie. Do the Venom thing that they're probably going to do with Tom Holland and Tom Hardy, because otherwise they're just literally flushing dollar bills down the toilet. And then set that universe around Miles Morales and still have your Cravens and still have your things, but sort of move away from the MCU in a way that you're not dependent on them like cocaine. That's always been my problem with them, is that you're Sony, you're a studio on your own, and you own arguably one of the most famous IPs in the world. Act like it, all right? Act like it. I have faith in that you can tell stories too. Marvel's done a great job, but guess what? They're not the only people that can tell a Spider-Man story. That's been proven. That was proven before there was even an MCU. You know, Spider-Man 2 proved that. You know, Amazing Spider-Man, not just Amazing Spider-Man proved that. Into the Spider-Man has proven that. You know, I mean, Academy Award winning for Best Animation. I mean, they can tell a good Spider-Man story, and they don't need any other company to do it. And now's the time. Now's the time. Don't wait till next year. Don't wait till a year afterwards. Do it right now while Garfield is 38 years old.
Exactly.
And you can still get one more good movie out of him before he gets his Academy Award and moves on to much, much bigger things. And then you have Tobey Maguire, who's probably at the perfect age. He'll be, by the time you get to these slate of movies, he'll be pressing 50, which will be perfect for him to teach Miles Morales what he needs to know. You know, so it's lined up for them now. This movie actually lines things up better for them than they could have hoped for. And the Tom Holland Spider-Man is not having to contend with the Clutterverse all at once. You know,
now what do you think of what people have been saying about having Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man take on Venom instead of Tom Holland's?
Had they had set it up that way, I wouldn't have had any problem. But the very fact is that piece of the symbiote jumped from that Venom and left itself into that particular Spider-Man's universe. That's not by accident. That's not by accident. Because if they weren't going to do that, they could bring about the symbiote a whole host of different ways: spaceships, a composite world, everything, a secret world. They could have done it, but they did it that way. That particular symbiote jumped from that Venom into that Spider-Man universe, and the two biggest names currently playing those two characters are still in play. They're still playing those roles. So they could have done it that way. I wouldn't have had no problem with that at all, but they just didn't set it up that way unless there's something we're not seeing.
Yeah. I just feel like, I mean, like I wouldn't have a problem if we were just in the regular Garfield universe, you know, like there wasn't a crossover, but I feel like at this point, I just want, is it so wrong to want Tom Holland to have his own villains? Like, because if you take away Venom, then that means he won't have had his own Green Goblin. He won't have had his own Doc Ock. He won't have had his own Electro. He will not have had his own Venom. Like all the top tier ones, right?
Yeah,
are gone at that point. You know.
Well, you could still reintroduce a Green Goblin to him, and it would be a decent storyline. You could also introduce a Hobgoblin into them, because that, you know, you can write stories around that. There are other villains that Spider-Man can fight that are still in his top tier that haven't been exploited yet. It's up to them to work out. So if you do if the Sony universe gets its Spider-Man, whoever it is, you also have to preserve the sanctity of what enemies he's going to face.
Yeah.
Because will there be a Green Goblin for Miles Morales to face? is the composite universe that they end up with going to have its own Green Goblin or the same one, or that one going to be wiped away because he never becomes Green Goblin? It depends on what you're doing in that universe. But Venom, the confrontation with Venom is just for money. It's not necessary to make that story. It's literally for money. But Sony's greedy, so there you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see the hot.
They like money, so
Yeah,
I like money.
But there are other villains in Spider-Man, and it doesn't even have to be a top tier villain, depending on who's writing the story. The Scarecrow wasn't a top tier Spider-Man villain or Batman villain, and he was able to write things around that. I mean, you have the Chameleon. I mean, the very first enemy Spider-Man ever faced in Amazing Spider-Man was the Chameleon. We've yet to see him, and with today's technology, you could really do a kick-ass Chameleon. You have different iterations of these characters. I think they would be more intriguing because we've seen these characters now. To see a Kirk Connors and a different type of lizard, it wouldn't really matter as much because you're giving him to him in this, and now he has a little bit of foresight of how to fight these villains now. But they got to organize it right. Sony's got to look out for Sony and do their Spider-Man right now.
We still have Scorpion in this universe, right?
Yeah, they still have a Scorpion.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of there's a lot of Spider-Man villains. He has 900 some odd characters associated with Spider-Man that Sony can share with Marvel and Marvel can use, and they could literally, like I said, Kraven. I can't wait for Kraven. Kraven, I think, is going to be great. If they write him right, if they write him like Kraven's Last Hunt did,
Yeah. Look, I'm just glad I've been saying it for a long time. If there was ever a movie that was going to be able to hit and break that ceiling of $1 billion again during this time, that it would be Spider-Man. We just knew it, and I think a lot of us knew that. And I'm just glad to see that a movie did it, I'm glad to see that that a movie broke through that, and I feel like now we can go forward. Now we can definitely go forward. We can see people hopefully start feeling better about going to the movies and different things, and and like everybody's not going to. Everybody's going to have their own things, but their own concerns, their own fears, whatever. But eventually, I think people are going to start getting through that, and I think it just showed that if you make a movie that people want to see, that's a must-see film. That has the right components to it. Now, every film's not going to be that, right? And we talked about this the other night, and I talked about it with, I think, RJ and stuff, that it's like, look, a lot of these, like, like I don't like it, but a lot of these like smaller concept films, like even stuff like West Side Story and everything, those films are just not going to be the huge hits anymore. Like
I was thinking,
you can't expect those movies to just shake the world and make all that money anymore. You're going to have to figure out different ways for those types of films to make money beyond just the box office, and so but they'll do that. And like, I'm not saying it's good, bad, and different. There's always going to be those artsy films that do those kind of things, but like, it's going to be these kind of films, these big blockbuster films that are must-see films that are going to get people to that point. H Bart's here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Bart's. Good to see you, bro. Says MCU Peter goes to college. He meets a new friend, Harry Osborn. His new teacher is Kurt Connors, and has to write a paper on Otto Octavius. Done.
It's doable.
Print it. It's done.
I remember everything is going to be melted and stuff like that with the Loki thing. What happened with Loki? So we don't know if new characters, a different, Octavius is going to come to this universe. A different, that Harry Osborn is going to show up in this universe because everything's going to be melted together. We don't know what MCU is going to do right now.
This Secret Wars thing is driving me crazy because there's been no official announcement, and there's, with everything they have going on right now, even if Secret Wars were to come out, where are you putting this, and where is Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield going to be in the 3 years it would take to ever get that movie made? Because you're on a story arc right now. You're going to wrap up the multiverse and enter into the cosmic phase. And if the Secret Wars happened, it would probably, where do you put this? And I've never seen them officially, anybody with any official capacity.
Well, Jerry
No,
was saying
no,
I don't think it's a show.
That's not Secret War. That's Secret Invasion. Secret Invasion is it with Samuel Jackson.
Yeah,
that's with him in the scrolls. That's Secret Invasion.
Yeah, Secret
War.
Yeah. Secret War is the overall story.
Yeah, that's a big cosmic level.
H Bart's here with a $10 super chat. Thank you, H Bart's. Says, honest question: what happens if the Batman does not meet box office expectations? We know it does not need $1 billion, but if the clowns at Warner Brothers think it has to hit, will it kick Reeves out?
Good question, and there's a caveat to that question. This movie gets released in March 4th. Sometime during that month, the new regime takes over.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming that this new regime will have common sense directive as far as not every movie needs to make $1 billion. They're looking for it as something that they can get in that 45-day window, and then use it to put on Discovery, HBO Plus, or whatever this new thing becomes. They can't wait. If I'm Zaslav, I cannot wait to stick Batman onto my streaming service, because people are like, "Oh, you're hurting the box office." No, listen, the box office. Do the math over and over again. HBO Max, $14 a month, times 65 million subscribers. How much revenue is that a month? That's like 790 million something a month. Mm-hmm. All right, so times 12, times advertising revenues from you selling it to second market. That's where the money is for these guys. Making $1 billion in the movie theater, and like I said earlier tonight, there are so many middlemen in between that billion and that executive. There's the movie theaters. There's people's bonuses, people's payouts, people's percentages. There's advertising fees. None of that is part of the game when you go to streaming as soon as you can. So I don't think it's going to need to make $1 billion, because I don't think that's where the new regime sees their money coming from on the back end. They see more money on the back end and the longevity of these properties.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I still think that they think that the $1 billion mark is the tried and true,
if that were true, then they would make sure that window lasts as long as it did.
Maybe, but here's the thing. I while I still see that, I don't think that they'll kick Reeves out for the same reason that they didn't kick James Gunn out, because these are projects. What's that?
Somebody will eat Reeves up in a heartbeat if they ever did.
Well, yeah. So I just feel that like these are projects that Warner Brothers, these are their pet projects, that like these are directors that they handpicked for these things, and so they'll never just
that's what,
because to me that's admitting defeat for them.
But that's what Cecil said. He says he wants a better relationship with the talent. Yeah, and I don't think he's gonna be affecting this. You haven't seen the last trailer, right? She said you're gonna watch it.
Yes, I have to watch
that trailer. Is beautiful.
It was amazing. Great. The movie's budget was $100,000. Okay, if it makes $500,000, it profited.
$100 million.
$100 million. I mean, that's what I mean.
They did $100,000. I want
$100,000.
I'm sorry, $100 million.
build the car for $100,000.
If it makes the money that Man of Steel made, it's profiting.
Yeah. But where I see, because people are upset that they've already announced that it's only going to have a 45-day window before they'll most likely put it on HBO Max. I'm like, what was the surprise? Of course they're going to put it on there.
Every movie's going to be that. No.
Why is it that everybody is like, they're just doing what they said they were going to do?
Yeah, all the studios said they're going to do 45 minutes.
They want that streaming money. That streaming retention revenue is more valuable than any movie right now reaching $1 billion, because, like I said, you cut the fat away from that $1 billion. They don't get as big a cut of that. With streaming, they get a lot larger profit margin.
2 months is it's $1.4 billion.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's no movie right now, including Spider-Man: No Way Home, that making that money in the theaters could justify what streaming is going to bring with you in the long run. And that's only at 65 million viewers. We're talking about once they merge and they go worldwide with Discovery, now instantly HBO Max is in places that it's not currently in. So you're talking about even more subscribers and retaining more subscribers. It's just, and it may not be the popular thing to say right now, especially for a moviegoer like myself. I love going to the movies, but math is math. Math always wins.
Yeah, and the thing is that movie. Look what Spider-Man. They made $1 billion in 12 days. 12 days.
Yeah.
So
everybody who's going to go see Batman, who wants to go see Batman
I'm gonna go see
is
Batman.
going to go see it the first week anyway.
What?
You see what I mean?
Yeah, whoever wants to go see it is going to see it the first week.
Flash, I might wait on, but the Batman, I'm there. I'm there at a midnight screening if we're not at a pre-screening. That's just but like I said, pretty soon I would be surprised if next year
there's people attacking that though. I mean, like I don't even get it, man. There's people attacking the Batman, saying that if you go see the Batman, or you like the Batman, or like you want the Batman, that you're not a Snyder fan, that you don't like that stuff. It's like, listen, stop it.
Yeah.
Listen, the ability to like something going forward, okay, from DC does not mean that you hate Zack Snyder, does not mean that you hate the things that have come beforehand. It just simply means that you like DC. You can be a DC fan. It is okay. Like that's what if I am trying to portray anything to people, right? It is just that. It is just that. Well, and I know J Money but that's the thing is like, but this is like something. Okay, this is not something that I have to ignore. This is something that I'm telling other people to ignore because people come to me with this, J Money. Like literally, I get DMs from all the time from people who are like, do you think that it's okay if I watch the Batman, or do you think it's okay if I like Suicide Squad, or do you think it's okay if I like this? Listen, because listen, people, they want to enjoy the things that they like, but let's be honest, people they don't want to be on the bad side of other people that they respect or they like or whatever. And so there are people who are very concerned about this. I'm the type of person, look, I'm gonna like the movie I like. Like, look, I'm a fan of the Last Jedi, and I just don't care. So, like, you can tell me all day long that I'm wrong, or that it's a trash movie, or it sucks, or whatever, and I'll just tell you, hey, great for you, man. Like, do what you gotta do. Hey, look here, Ben Affleck in the house with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ben. I know Ben's making bank. Like Ben has made bank in the day, so I appreciate that.
Jay, you know what? The thing that DC could do as their part of this is resolve it. Resolve the Snyderverse. Conclude the Snyderverse.
Just do it.
And then
Just
do
it.
And then guess what? You take that off the table for us. Like, well, can I go see another Batman? You know what? Who gave you permission to see a Batman? Zack Snyder, when he ended it, when he was allowed to conclude it. And like it was going to be concluded.
Zach, and I agree. But the thing is like Zach put his stamp of approval on the
Matt
Batman.
Reeves, yeah.
And these same people, though,
it would be easier.
I know it would. But like Zach has literally given his approval for it and said, hey, like he loves Matt Reeves. He thinks that this looks great, and people are still attacking it and like trying to act like Zach doesn't like it or that it's still rude to Zach. It's crazy. But Ben Affleck here with $5 says, hey, Louis Gossett Jr. Meaning,
I don't know what he means by that, but hey, okay.
We're working on Iron Eagle reboot. Come join me. My guess is that this is this seems like Mark.
This is Benson's, isn't it?
This seems like it's Benson's, yeah.
Yeah, it's him.
Which makes me wonder, Mark, are you deranged, Enosh?
You never found out who that was?
Huh.
He was still. That's going to be one hell of a reveal when we ever find out who the hell that is.
He said, Deranged Enosh said that we were going to reveal it on New Year's Eve. So
I'm in for that. I don't care what.
So I'm thinking, is now because Mark loves to call you Louis Gossett Jr. He loves to call you Louis Gossett Jr. So my question is
not fair to Louis Gossett Jr. by the way, because even at 83, he looks way better than I
do. I'm starting to think. Yeah.
It's gonna be like the Hobgoblin finally finding out who he is after all.
Right, exactly. J Money says, I understand. Yeah, people out here like what you like. You can support and like other DC films and still hate what's being done corporately behind the scenes. Absolutely. The cast and crew aren't at fault. Like,
but just imagine if that's taken off the table with better leadership, then we can just have these
conversations.
I know,
dude. I wish, dude. Yeah, we all wish, right? We all definitely wish. Like the problem is, right, is
and why does anybody think that these people are going to be around still? I mean, I understand where Joe's going optimistic wise, But sometimes you just need a new start, and you can't get a new start with the same old people that have been there. You know what?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. People just I know why. It's because people don't see the bigger picture sometimes, and like even people who go by the optics, they just go by what's in front of them, and they don't they don't look beyond that. And sometimes you got to look beyond that to see what's next. You know,
I mean,
you got to be able to.
Been with companies.
In there.
Oh yeah, they're all gone. They're all gone. America's gone.
I've been with companies.
Keeler's gone.
I mean, that have been bought out by other companies and that have merged with other companies, and immediately, even the people who were in those positions knew that, hey, we're going, and they started looking for other jobs. Like I said, Hamada's going to find another job. He may even stay with Warner Brothers, but I don't think he's going to be head of DC Films.
Yeah, you always get those changes.
That just happens. So, and it just happens in our case. It's good because the people that are left behind are people who don't have the vision. What I want for DC Films most of all is somebody has the vision of a filmmaker and the imagination of a collector. The person who knows the nuts and bolts of filmmaking, but understands and appreciates the impact of each of these IPs and what they mean to other people. That's what Marvel has, and that's what DC does not have.
Well, H-Bart's in their defense, they kind of have, and they kind of did it before Spider-Man technically got off the ground. Like, they technically announced it first, but unfortunately, like, Spider-Man pulled it off first. With this, because H-Bart's here with Super Chat says, I'm surprised Warner Brothers has not greenlit Batman No Way Home with Keaton, Bale, and Affleck, just to copy. I mean, they've got The Flash coming out with Keaton and Affleck as Batman. So, you know, now but like I said, they wanted to do that first, and they announced it first. They just didn't execute it first. You know, so a lot of people are gonna do. You guys know. Just prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for next year when that movie hits. When the general public starts seeing what that movie is, you know, and who's in that film, and then they're gonna be like, oh, look, they're trying to copy Marvel, you know, with last year with the Spider-Man movie. Like they're trying to put, you know, because I talk to people all the time who don't. They have no clue that. Michael Keaton's coming back. There's no clue Michael Keaton's coming back. We know because we live in this world, right? And we enjoy these things. But there's so many people who do not know. They have no clue that Michael Keaton's coming back. So just wait. Next year is going to be very, very telling. All right, so we're gonna move along. But yeah, I mean, Spider-Man made $1 billion. I think it's great. The movie's great. If you haven't seen it, for God's sake, go out and see it because you need to go see it at the theater. It's fantastic. Yeah. It's a great movie. It's my favorite MCU movie.
Mine too.
And I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna just straight up say it. It's my favorite Spider-Man movie, just because it encompasses everything I want to see. It's got It's got all three Spider-Man all three Spider-Men in it. It's got villains that I love. It's got roles that I love. It redeems for me Tom Holland in every way.
Mm-hmm. I got it as number 3.
Really, what are your first two?
Into the Spider-Verse, Spider-Man 2. And then No Way Home is right after that.
See, I don't consider animation like a movie. That's my opinion. Animation is animation.
It's still
live action is live action.
Live action is live action, but Spider-Man is Spider-Man. And as far as representation, as far as it representing the hallmarks of Spider-Man, it does.
It's a great movie,
better than any other Spider-Man movie I've ever seen.
Zach, were you and Ben watching the show together? You guys were watching the show together, weren't you?
Yeah.
You know what they were doing?
Just say it's restored, Zach. Just say it.
Zach, just say it's restored, man. Just wink twice. Wink twice if it's happening.
Yeah.
You know what they were doing? They were out on their Johnson. They were out on their Johnson together, fishing.
DC, take a cue from Zack Snyder. Stop.
William, you're gonna love this one. You're gonna love this one. They were out on their Johnson. You remember this great commercial from the 70s for Johnson boats? Watch this.
You've got your sunrise, you caught a prize, you're making your Johnson. Party nights, summer whites, you, your friends, and your Johnson. Rooster tails, water trails, you, your kids, and your Johnson. Saturday nights, distant lights, you, your girl, and your Johnson.
You and your Johnson, a way of life for over 50 years.
Oh dear.
Not only I completely get the metaphor there. I've never seen that commercial, but
do you remember the Wendy's commercial? It was always a double entendre with the "Where's the beef?" You know?
Yeah. That old lady got so much mileage out of that before she passed away.
Oh my gosh. You're telling me. But yeah, so like I said, $1 billion. I'm happy. Also, just for a moment, I do want to take a minute and pay homage before we do our last story, and just take a minute. John Madden, legendary NFL football sportscaster and coach, died today at the age of 85. He's
85 years old.
Man, he's been the voice of a whole generation as far as like people, watching football, listening to sports commentary, and then like
playing video games.
Like his video games, man, have amazingly, they are the standard, right? They're the standard for football and I'll say sports video games in general. Madden is always like, it's always that, the top tier of sports video games. So so our hearts go out to his family, and he's going to be missed, and I hope that they continue the video game legacy. I doubt that they'll
that'll be
put that to bed, but you never know. But I doubt that they will. But I should do a parody, Darshan, of that Johnson in Black Adam. You Johnson, right?
Nah, he'll do it on Saturday Night Live when he's on there, like the Viagra for
exactly. So, but yeah, Madden, and while we're talking about this, real quick, because I know that he's here for the next segment. But Mr. Silent Scotty making his way back to the lounge. What's up, Scotty?
What's up, man? How's everyone doing?
We're doing good, man.
I'm alive and well.
It's good. It's good. It's good to be on stream with you, William.
Hey, nice
Appreciate
to
you
meet
being
you,
in the lounge. Yeah, you too.
Yeah, Scotty's awesome. H Bart's here with a $2 super chat. Says John Madden documentary just came out. R.I.P.
I think they got that out right in time. I think a lot of people were talking about his health was failing, and I think they got that out. I'm glad him and Harry Reid died in like within an hour. I heard about, because I'm here in Nevada, and he was Harry Reid the giant. So within an hour, I heard of John Madden and Harry Reid passing away, 85 and 82 respectively. So I was like, but both of them were in failing health. So it's like, wow. But you still,
Integrity here says, I used to be addicted to Madden for PS2 back in the day. I'd be winning 114-3 on the hardest level with 5-minute quarters. I'm not sure if that's impressive or embarrassing, but it is what it is. Hey, you know what? So you guys know I'm not a big video game guy, but I have Madden 94 for my Sega Genesis, and I still play that sucker. And I still love that game, and it's amazing to see how far video games have come,
Dude, remember the little star at the bottom, when you caught the ball? I mean, it revolutionized everything on that one. And like I said, there are people who weren't even born when the guy was coaching. That really, I know people that didn't know he was a coach.
Oh yeah, most people didn't. They just thought he was a sports commentator.
He's a Super Bowl champion coach. Who? What were the 1976 Raiders? I don't know what that is.
It says he took over coaching duties in 1969 and led the Raiders to victory in Super Bowl 11. In 1977, defeating the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Citing poor health, Madden announced his retirement from coaching in 1979. He never had a losing season during his tenure with the Raiders and remains the winningest coach in franchise history. He was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2006. I mean, he had that trademark voice,
Turducken.
Yeah, man. Madden then made the leap to broadcasting, getting his start at CBS as a color commentator in 1979. He would go on to work with the other three major broadcast TV networks throughout his career and served at various times as a color commentator for both Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football. He became known for his signature in-depth commentary and colorful personality, and he retired from the booth after the 2008 season. Beginning in 1988, his voice, personality, and name were the cornerstone of the Madden NFL series of football video games, helping him become one of the most recognizable names in the sport for newer generations of football fans. Madden further cemented his status as a cultural icon beyond the NFL by appearing in ads and lending his voice to several products, retailers, movies, and more. Tributes honoring Madden poured in following the announcement of his death. So, so everybody is feeling the loss today of a true icon, with John Madden. So yeah, I saw this picture of him, man. Like, yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Like when you don't see somebody for a while, in the public, and then you see him, like, oh man, So
I just thought about him on Thanksgiving Day because they made it a point to bring up John Madden during the games and they made it a point to bring up that documentary. I think a lot of people in his inner circles knew that he didn't have a lot of time left, and you know what? The guy lived a full life. 85 years, a Hall of Famer on 2 different levels as a broadcaster and a football player, or football coach, as far as I'm concerned. And there's just no other person that is embedded into that many generations of football and beyond. There's only a handful of people like Vin Scully and Joe Buck. I mean, people they're all on like 5 fingers. They're very limited in their number.
Oh yeah. Jared Darkside Zenosh with a $2 super chat. Thank you, man. Thank you, Jared. Says, did you see Comic Storian do the Spider-Man game? I have not. I have not seen that. I'll have to check that out, man. I like Comic Storian, so I really like his stuff. Yes, Kira, you're absolutely right. Boom, tough acting to acting.
Yeah, dude, that dude was everywhere, man.
Get rid of your athlete's foot with tough acting to acting. That's awesome. That's awesome. So our hearts go out to them and to his family and everything. And so, legend. Speaking of legends, the reason why Scotty chimed in tonight is because we wanted to talk about this. I was hoping Austin would chime in. I'm going to resend it to Austin because
he's probably watching Boba Fett.
He's probably watching Boba Fett, but
I'm going to watch it here in a couple hours myself.
If you're not watching Boba Fett,
like breaking the internet,
we're talking Matrix, because I know he was really happy with my take on it when we talked about it. So,
the Matrix, is that what's coming up next?
Yeah, so Matrix. So, first of all, hold on a second. H Bars for the $5 super chat. Thank you, H Bars. Says it's crazy that John Madden was still commentating until I was around 7 years old.
Yeah, he was. You just always thought he was going to be around. When he announced his retirement, I was like, wow, how's this going to even sound?
Right.
I mean, Monday night without him. It's like, how do I even want to listen? And eventually, I got used to other people, but it was like, damn. It was like when Vince Scully. I grew up with Vince Scully. Until he retired a couple years ago, I knew no other Dodgers radio broadcast that wasn't Vince Scully. And now I got Charlie Steinberg. I got all these other people, but it took some time to get used to. Chick Hearn, L.A., Lakers. My entire life was encompassed by him calling Laker games until he passed away in 2002. And I'm like, how is this going to sound? But life goes on,
Yeah. No, I know, man. I mean, we had Ernie Harwell here in Michigan.
Chicago. Michigan.
Ernie Harwell, who did radio for the Tigers. And I mean, that was another voice that, like, when we lost him, it was like, oh my gosh, what is that even going to sound like?
Yeah.
And then there was Harry Carey in Chicago, and those different voices, man, and eventually they pass, and it's
another legend takes their place. Some other future legend gets their first day on the job, I guess,
Exactly. All right. So this last week, even in the midst of Spider-Man hitting $1 billion and everything, a movie came out that I just think I want to talk about because I feel like a lot of people have become very, what's the word I want to look for? Jaded about. I feel like they've just kind of they prejudge this movie, like that they weren't gonna like the movie before they even saw it. Yeah. And look, Matrix Resurrection, according to this article for Tweaktown, which I mean it's Tweaktown, so what does that mean? Matrix Resurrections dies at the box office is their thing here. It says only 22.8 million in 5 days. Again, Spider-Man huge release, over $1 billion. With look, when we have movies making so little right now, to have a movie making $1 billion means everybody's going to see Spider-Man. Everybody's going to see Spider-Man, and they're going to see Spider-Man again and again. And that being said, also Matrix Resurrections as well had the unfortunate thing of being on both HBO Max and at the theater. I'll be absolutely honest with you. I wish that I'd been able to go to see it at the theater. I knew I could not get out to see it at the theater. Tiffany and I watched it at home last Saturday, right? This last Saturday. It was one of those things. I wanted to see it. I had to see it. I needed to see it. And I just realized, you know what? I got to see it. So I watched it at home. I pay for HBO Max. That's what I pay for HBO Max for, is to be able to have access to stuff. And so, I watched it at home. I'm just going to give you my opinion about it. I thought it was really good. It's very slow at first. It takes a while to get to its point. But if you pay attention, and this is, and Scotty, I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about it, because, because Scotty made a point, like he wanted to be on the stream tonight to be able to talk about it. And so, like, I like that. When Scotty reaches out to me and says, hey, I want to talk about something, like that's something that makes me take notice of it. But for me, like the film, it started off slow. It took a minute to get to where, it needed to reveal itself. But look, the first time I watched The Matrix, the very first Matrix, I was exhausted. I was tired. I'd been working third shift at the time, and I used to work Sunday night through Wednesday night, 10-hour shifts. And I would stay up all day on Thursday so that I would have the weekend where I'd be like in a normal pattern. So, by the time I got up Friday, I'd be up all day Friday, not sleeping in all day. So that's what I did. And I remember I tried to watch it with my girlfriend, and I completely was falling asleep. I didn't think that I liked The Matrix at all. It was just like too deep for me at first. Like I wasn't paying attention to it. There was all this stuff. And then a few years later, actually, when Matrix Revolutions came out, the last one came out, and it ended up being the last day of it being in theaters. But I think it was like TNT or TBS, one of those two, were running a marathon of the first two movies, and I just happened to watch the first Matrix again, and all of a sudden I was like, whoa, because I was paying attention to it, and I was coming in fresh, and I watched it, and I was like, wow, this is awesome. Okay. But so, I watched it and I thought it was awesome. And then the sequel came on, Reloaded came on, and I was like, this is awesome. And so, I really loved it. And that was fantastic. And I had to go see the third one at the theater. But The Matrix has always been something that's deep, that you have to pay attention to, that you have to listen to, that there's all these hidden meanings and hidden things in there if you take the time. And that's what happened with this movie, The Matrix. It took a while. There was all this. I don't really want to get into spoilers for people who haven't seen it, but stuff that's not spoilers is, we know that there was, because they showed, stuff from the first movies and stuff, and they basically set it up that Neo had created a video game, and that's that it was The Matrix, and so it was very meta. It was world within a world type of stuff. And man, once it kicked, they answered all my questions about, like, why do we need a Matrix 4? Why do we, they literally addressed that. Like, why do we need a Matrix 4? Like, what happened with Neo and Trinity? The last we saw them, like, everything was done. They answered all those questions for me. And I was happy. I was really happy. And I really enjoyed the film, and honestly, I hope they make more, because I want to see more where the story goes. I was really disappointed to see people just tearing the movie apart and acting like it was absolute trash and garbage because I don't think it was. I feel like it. I like it a whole lot better than the last one in part 3.
Yeah, last one was confusing.
I felt that it was really good, and I really enjoyed it, and I felt that it got to the place where it needed to be. I will say this: I wish that there had been an ending to it, a better ending to it. I felt like the MacGuffin, the thing that they got to at the end, wasn't really good enough for me. It wasn't complete enough for me. I wish that they would have had that little extra something that like they had to do once they did that, and they didn't really do that. But it wasn't like 100% necessary for me either.
They laid groundwork.
It laid groundwork, but I just feel like I wish that they had put a little bit more. But that being said, I still think it was great, and I enjoyed it. Now here's something I don't understand. This is the Matrix. This is kind of Matrixy.
That's point to how it's giving you money.
This is weird, but okay. Poindexter Lounge is giving a. This is not me, by the way. This is not me. So what's
it's so funny. You got to read it. It's so
okay,
funny.
So it says, okay, with the $20 super chat, thank you, Poindexter Lounge. Appreciate you. I guess what do they say? Impression is flattering or whatever. But okay. It says, I don't have much time, but listen, my name is Enosh. I'm you from the future. We have to stop RJ. You don't understand. He is the dark side of this world. You must make sure the Batman fails at the box office. Otherwise, RJ wins.
That's hilarious. That's a best spent $20 I've seen tonight.
That's the best $20 I think I've seen spent in a while. That is absolutely fabulous.
So.
Yeah, I guess so. So my question is can I just go back and like push RJ out of his bunk bed? I win. We stopped him. Yay, we did it together. Thank you, Poindexter Lounge. That was funny. Whoever you are, that's hilarious.
Matrix, man. I think this movie, even though it's only made about its total is $68 million, and its budget is $190 million, that's something that they're going to have to adjust in the streaming era, the budgets. But this movie was made for a streaming service. To be honest with you,
that's what I was looking for. J Money right there.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I think that the back end. See, before streaming, how we judge movies as failures was if they didn't make their budget or if they flopped at the box office.
Yeah.
But now, and here's the thing: when I tell you I'm going to go see a movie, and when people get around to tell you, "Oh, don't go see that movie; it sucks," movie going in the public persona has become an affiliation thing. Whereas streaming, I can sit home and watch Sex in the City and not be embarrassed by all my masculine friends if I don't want to ever let them know about it. I'm watching it. So what you watch when you're sitting in your own home is probably a more truth than what you would go out and see with your buddies and with your family, because that's a solitary function. I can watch anything I want on streaming and not have to hear about anybody's, oh, that movie sucked, you shouldn't go see that. Guess what? I clicked on it. If I liked it, I don't click on anything else for another 2 hours. If I don't like it, I can click off of it. But where HBO Max is going to win either way here is because they're already investing millions and billions into their streaming service to begin with. So the $190 million in comparison to what they're spending doesn't matter. This kind of movie, not only does it get you into the HBO Max, it gets you into the other Matrixes if you've never seen them before. This movie was made for me, for not only people like you and I who watched The Matrix, but somebody who's interested that it just needs to peak. This looks cool. And while I'm in there, Matrix 4 is sitting right next to what? 1, 2, 3, and Animatrix.
Yes.
And then I'm on, guess what I'm on? And it's going to give me 8. You just clicked on The Matrix Resurrections. Maybe you'll like this. And you know what? I'm one of those guys who clicks on that stuff. I clicked on DC Animation, which I never watched. I couldn't give two craps about DC cartoons until I had HBO Max. But guess what? I watched all the Snyder content, and it starts rolling stuff at me again. So there's a lot of people right now watching Matrix for the very first time because they watched this movie for free or for the price of their subscription. So yeah, it didn't make a lot of money. I thought it was a clever movie. It had some plot holes and some areas where it could have explained things better and slowed down a little bit. But that's every Matrix movie.
Yeah.
Even the best Matrix movie, it didn't have anything worse than any of the previous. The only thing that really hurt this Matrix movie is that it's not as groundbreaking because the technology of my phone right here is more than the 1990 movie had in its entirety. You know, phone booths are now a joke, things like that. So we're not as wowed and shocked when we see bullet cam and all these other things that are a part of our culture now. In 1999, it was like, wow. They started making every commercial with bullet cam. Scary Movie had to stop its filming so that they could put the Ghostface guy in there and doing bullet cam. That's how it's not revolutionary anymore. But it's.
I love that you know that. I love that you know that about Scary Movie. That's
man, I remember
small
that.
Facts because
I love that
I
movie.
remember that too. Yeah.
Yeah, they delayed that movie. But now, when we think of The Matrix as being a box office bomb, we're thinking of it as a dollar amount and not in its relevance to the streaming service. If they cared as much about the box office as a lot of people want them to, then this movie would have never been released on HBO Max. It's HBO Max is the priority now. And people, it sucks for some people, but that is the priority. The money is there, so this is a win-win. It's a win-win. They made some money on it, but they're going to make their money back on retaining subscribers of movies. Like Suicide Squad was another one. Listen, Suicide Squad didn't do well in the box office. People blamed HBO Max. Maybe so, but you got to understand that the priority was to get people on the streaming service. How many people watch the Suicide Squad on streaming? That's going to be the final. So don't be sad for Matrix Resurrection because it's the box office. Wait till we see these numbers in the next couple of months of how many people viewed it, because they said a good number of people viewed it on HBO Max on its opening night. You know, and in fact, let me look at those numbers while you guys. Because they're here right here.
I actually watched the movies. Sorry, I have a frog in my throat. I actually watched the 3 movies before I watched the Revolution. I mean, the Resurrections.
Yeah,
I did the same.
So did you feel that this new movie was on par with those movies, having watched them and then gone into that? Because I feel like a lot of people, like, they go off their memory, you know, and like the nostalgia of it, like they're like, oh, that movie was really great back then, and it was exciting and everything, and it was all the special effects and the bullet time and all that stuff, and then they go into this movie, and then, like, even though it's on par, they're just like,
well, that does hurt it. That does hurt it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the fault. It has nothing to do with the quality of the movie, but that cultural and technological relevance not being as significant as it was during the first 3 movies is a reasonable thing that does hurt the movie.
No, but
it is what it is, you know.
Also, William, oh my gosh. Also, William, people were like upset that Flores Fishburne wasn't in the movie. Right? I'm like, I can't believe he didn't come back as Morpheus. And I'm thinking to myself, look, didn't you see the trailer with Jada Pinkett? She was 100 years old. He's dead already. Of course he's not gonna be in the fucking movie. And exactly what I answered why. That's exactly what happened. He was dead for over 60 years.
Well, that was the spoiler, but
yeah, I was gonna say I'm
no, but in the trailer, they had a trailer with Jada Pinkett Smith, and she was already like 80.
Yeah,
the trailer came out with her in it. Yeah,
Kevin.
That's
true. You need to go away. You need to go to prison, dude.
Yeah, you're not back.
You got away with it, Kevin.
Keep trying. Keep trying, man.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, keep trying to make that comeback. Not where you were doing before. Just.
I want to. I would say Matrix Resurrections has many different priorities than the original trilogy had, and it's fair. Like, you know, anyone who's here and is like, it's a terrible movie and I hated it. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I can understand why you would have that position. The expectation that you might have coming into this movie, would lead you to believe that, and I can understand it. But there really is a lot of beauty in this movie, and I don't really want to like dive in all the way right now. But I'll just say
the girl, the blue hair. What's her face, please?
Bugs.
Bugs stole the show for me.
100%. Yeah, she was great. And there are a lot of great performances here. And, you know, I was texting with Enosh earlier, and I put the link in private chat. I don't know if you can link that in the YouTube chat, Enosh, but there's an interview with Lana Wachowski. And, you know, after I watched the movie, I was like, you know, I was really just processing it. I've seen it like 10 times now, like literally 10 times. And you can ask Sophie. I've just had it on constant play almost since it came out. Like really trying to understand like, what's happening here. But, Lana had this interview, and even if you hated the movie, I would really encourage you to watch this interview. There's an hour-long version of it. The 16-minute version is the one that I linked here in private chat.
Okay.
And it really goes through, her thought process. And there's a couple things going on. And anyone here that's been through like the Snyder movement should kind of understand a position here, because this is what happened. Lana Wachowski, in her own words, and she says this in the interview, so I'm not putting words in her mouth. This is what she said.
I just posted it, by the way.
Cool. So, she didn't want to make another movie. She says in this interview, from her own words, she told WB year after year they'd come back with her. The way she says it, she literally goes, hey, once a year WB would come to my house and they'd park a truck full of money and they'd look at it and they'd say, hey, Lana, this could be yours. Make another Matrix movie. That's what she says in the interview. And she kept saying no, 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 no. And then what happened to her is she lost her father, she lost her mother, and her wife lost a really good friend. And it happened all within a very short amount of time. And she was kind of processing that grief. And in that grief, she said, the two most important characters to her from all the movies she made were Neo and Trinity. And so her motivation for coming back here was twofold. And one is, and there's a Collider interview with one of the producers that also confirms this. Other scripts were already being submitted by other creators for Matrix. And Lana, through her grief, and this is what she brings, she says through her grief, she came up with a story because she wanted Neo and Trinity to be back. And that was important for her to process her grief and make something that allowed her to sort of, channel this grief in a positive way. And then on the other hand, she knew that WB basically in the midst of that grief, very much like kind of like it in a different way with Snyder, but it's this same sort of line of WB, grieving their creators when they're going through real things. But anyway, she got wind that there was these other people that were going to be making scripts or had already submitted scripts. And so she wanted an opportunity to do this her way with a vision that she had. Yeah. And I think that is just like, I think as fans, a lot of times, we come to something and we have a certain ownership of it, right? Because we enjoyed the Matrix and we think this is our passion. You say I'm a huge Matrix fan, but really art belongs to the creator. It is their business on how they want to go through with it. And that might be successful or not. But when I watched this, and after I watched the interview, by the way, after I saw the movie a couple times, and then I watched the interview, and then I watched again, and I was like, oh my goodness, there's such a beauty here in processing and what she brought to the table. I know I'm rambling here because I got a lot.
No, dude, it's good.
But yeah, so I think there's two parts of here. I think she was probably rushed a little bit because of WB, but on the other hand, her motivation for this movie wasn't to revolutionize action again. However, I feel like this movie did do something that the original movie did, and this is what that is. In 1999, when The Matrix came out, and I'm a tech person, I'm a programmer by trade, and also I'm a little biased with this movie too, because the thing that I do is actually very much tied into this movie. I write AIs that do security for big companies. That's my job. So when they start talking about like the modals and things like that, they're talking about machine learning models, and I really caught on to that. But anyway, it's Cylon. Yeah. So in 1999, what the Matrix did is, because I had friends, teachers, the general consensus, people kind of had the internet. It was that thing on the machine in the corner of your room, but no one really understood what was coming. Some people did. Some very technical people understood that the internet was going to take the world by storm. And The Matrix, the first movie, gave us a framework, the layperson a framework to understand the technological revolution that was upon us, and that happened. And now we've all been living in it for 20 years. And this is where we're at. This movie gave us another framework. Resurrections gave us a framework for the next 20 years. Understanding what does AI actually mean? The whole concept, I can't get into spoilers, but there's a character here that is basically revived from one of these models. And this is very much a situation where, an AI becomes, somewhat of a living entity, right, in our real world. And that seems weird. And I've read a lot of articles, people saying, oh, that's stupid. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, No, actually, that's what we're heading towards. Like it's already starting to happen, and people like me that are already like working in AI, like what we call AI right now isn't really AI. It's just a ton of computer cycles that sort of imitates behavior, but we are moving towards these kinds of things. But anyway, there's a framework here in this movie that allows us to sort of wrestle with how AI is going to be affecting us in the coming years, and I think it did it in a really elegant way, with a lot of care. But anyway, I'll stop talking so that people can talk for a second. I got more to say eventually.
No, dude, man, you
go
are
ahead. Go on, man. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. So anyway, and it's a subtle thing, right? And whereas we didn't get the action scenes. One thing I did do to speak to the action scenes is I watched the resurrections scene with Morpheus and Neo, and that's not a spoiler because it's in the trailers. I watched that scene, and then I watched that scene in the original Matrix movie, and there are a lot of differences, right? And especially if more than just differences, it is a very completely different level of quality. If you're being honest, they couldn't get the choreographer back from the original Matrix movies. They also didn't get the cinematographer back. And it shows. But again, I think the priority of this movie, Lana didn't go out. And in that interview, again, she talks about this. She wasn't out here to re-revolutionize that. And she kind of says that in the movie. I mean, in the first half an hour, all the things that they talk about, it's kind of funny because really what this movie is doing, and Lana's probably the only one in the industry that could make a movie criticizing the people who paid for it.
Yeah.
Because she very clearly criticizes WB.
She literally puts them in the movie.
Yeah, right. I mean, like even down to and she confirms in this interview, and also the producer, Mateague, in an article with Collider in an interview he did recently, the whole thing that they say in there were like, they can make this without you, and I can't really say what the context is in the movie, but they point to that. And that has been confirmed as fact. That is exactly the sort of ultimatum that WB gave her. But think of any other director. You name me any other director that could make a big movie like this, and say, "Hey, WB, by the way, in the movie, in the script, we're gonna call out your movie making practices all the way down to how demographic it is." Like, this is a small spoiler, I guess, but it's not really in the scene in the marketing where they're quote unquote making what they make. Inside of the Matrix, it's Christina Ricci's character.
Yep.
And they come in there and they're like, she's like, "Hey, like the words that people associate with the brand are original and fresh."
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. But in my job, in my profession, I have been in the room, not at that level, but I have been in the room when those kinds of decisions and those kinds of conversations happen. That is 100% Lana Wachowski taking a stab at corporate demographic fiction, which I think has killed a lot of the movie industry. But yeah. And on that same note, it's like the tone is different, and the sort of like slapstick sort of tone in the first like half hour of the movie that I see people like not really appreciating. It's kind of like breaking a fourth wall. But here's the thing. The original Matrix had a tone aligned with 1999. 1999, people were serious. It was a very like introspective. It was a very analytical time. This is like before 9/11. There was still a lot of optimism, but people were really trying, especially with the internet, and a lot of changes happening in society. That were coming with
chat rooms.
Exactly. Yeah. And that tone is reflected in the first Matrix movie.
Yep.
Well, this weird tone that.
Oh, where'd it go?
Uh-oh. Did we lose Scotty?
Matrix got him.
Oh gosh.
Matrix got him.
Dude,
real quick while we're waiting for Scotty to come back, maybe. The Rock here with the $5 super chat says, "Try Zoa Energy, the newest and best energy drink on the market." So we got that. Thank you, Rock. We appreciate you. H Bart's here with a $5 super chat says, Yen Wu Ping was the fight choreographer for the first 3 films. Legendary director. He made Drunken Master with Jackie Chan.
Love that movie.
H Bart's gets in there right away, man, with that stuff, man, because H Bart's loves him.
Because remember back in 1999, where everybody was terrified with Y2K. We thought that the entire fucking internet, everything was gonna go. Remember that? because it was right.
Yeah, we were all
one hit.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Sorry about that.
Everybody was terrified about this shit.
Can you guys hear me again?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Sorry, my Bluetooth headset just went dead.
Nope, you're good.
But yeah, exactly. Like, why take all those kinds of things that were happening at that time. But yeah, it's, like people were talking, and I didn't hear what you guys said. So sorry if I'm repeating what you just said. But yeah, like in Resurrections, it's, like it is a reflection of how society is now. The Matrix that we see in Resurrections is the Matrix of 2021.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Whereas the Matrix of the original Matrix movie was the Matrix of 1999, and that comes through. Like if you didn't like how that was, if you didn't like how that sort of like came across, well, that's because the society we live in right now kind of sucks. It's, comparatively, it is.
You're not wrong.
Very irreverent, right? It's very, everything is very throwaway. Everything is very about the algorithm, about the demographic, about, like these sorts of things that are supposed to build your movie. And I thought it was really good at first. I'll be honest, at first, when I saw those parts and I watched the first half hour of the movie, I'm like, what am I watching? What is this?
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird.
It was weird. But, and I don't think, and again, like, I'm not saying that if you don't like it and you hate this, you're wrong. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong and you just missed something.
Sure.
It's not going to be for everybody, but it's a point that very few movies can make at this level of movie making. An indie movie can make that point. An indie movie can do things that way and critique, large, movie companies like WB. But a WB movie critiquing the practices of WB, I thought was pretty genius.
They probably didn't even realize it's the way
they didn't care. They didn't care. They don't care.
Yeah.
And what's crazy? There was a post-credit scene at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have done with
that. I was
one,
like,
what's
kind
your
of
thought
stupid.
on it?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was very just different, man. At first, right? And it did. It took a minute for me to really connect with it. But I'll tell you what, once I connected with it, I connected fully with it.
Yeah, same. I had that exact same experience.
Yeah, because I sat there at first going, like, I was looking at Tiffany and I was just like, I don't know that I like this at first.
Yeah.
And the kind of the weirdness with Neo and like trying to jump back into that world and figure out, but it's not the same world, realizing, and I don't think this is a big spoiler either, but like, at the end of Matrix Revolution, like we were told, right, that okay, there's going to be a new Matrix. They're going to have to reboot the Matrix again, right? And that now people will have the ability to decide,
yeah.
Right? And all those things. And then it was like, okay, we're being kind of thrust back into this, and we're like, why is Neo, right? It's kind of like the Marvel thing, like, who is Neo? Why is Neo? Like, what is Neo? And then like when they started answering that, it was like, and I'll be honest with you, I really loved the inclusion of the new architect.
I did too.
Yes.
The analyst. Yeah.
Well, the analyst. Yeah, the analyst. I'm sorry, the analyst.
Neil Patrick was awesome in it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and so, let's be careful about spoilers, because like who does what, because I just do want to be careful about that. But the thing is like that was all great. I love the fact that it was very meta, and the fact that like you said, Scotty, like it talked about itself. It talked about Warner Brothers. It talked about bullet time. It talked about all these things that it's like you're sitting there going like, okay, that's the type of movie this is going to be. Then it understands itself. It breaks the fourth wall without really breaking the fourth wall, and it was very cool in that respect. And by the way, Jared, nobody has said anything that like is going to give any of the major plot points away. It was just more kind of minor stuff. Yeah, we'll be careful, but like it's just minor stuff like at that point. But I love. Of course, my wife really loved the fact that her name is dropped in the film. I'll just tell you this, like
you gotta be careful with talking about that though.
Yeah.
That's actually in the synopsis, so you don't have to.
Oh, is okay.
Yeah, that part is actually in the synopsis.
But she did enjoy that fact, and it made certain action figures that she has mean a little bit something more to her now.
Oh my goodness!
Just saying, But then I had to look at her though when it was said that they hate the name, because I was like, oops. Yeah, but it was all good. It was all good. I really liked it. It was so smart, and and look, the people that didn't come back. Now I've heard rumors that if they do sequels, I did see a rumor that like certain people would be coming back if they do more sequels to it. That like they had to do certain things for this movie, whether it was a couple actor, I think one actor specifically who was very much involved in the first one just wouldn't have, just wasn't coming back, right? And so they had to recast that character, but I thought that the recast of it was good. It was really good. Plus it added some, I'll be honest, it added some youth to
So I know who you're talking about, and actually, so that actor did want to come back, but because of scheduling, yeah, and so here, let me I can send you I got the receipts.
Good.
I brought all the articles up before I got in. So this is an interview with James Mateague. So he directed V for Vendetta and a couple other things, and he was a producer and assistant director on like all the other movies and stuff like that. So they wanted to get that actor. That actor wanted to come back, but because of COVID and scheduling. So there's actually, if you take a look, this is a question and answer. If you take a look at Collider, let's see where it's at. I mean, you will spoil it though if you get to that part in the article. Yeah, so you'll see a part. It's like I read that, or if you keeps going down, keep scrolling down, keep going. Yeah, right there. Oh, I think we just passed. Oh, yeah, down a little bit further. A little bit more. There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
He says if we had a way of getting him in there, we would have, but it just didn't work out. And so it was scheduling and COVID. So it said schedules can't work out. It was.
I like who played that character though.
Yeah, me too.
That character I actually enjoyed, and I didn't realize. I watched a favorite show that guy is in. One of my favorite shows on Netflix. I think the best thing Netflix has ever done. Mindhunter.
Mindhunter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that's Hayden. I'm like, wow, because he was acting so differently than he does in that show. I mean, by the way, anybody who hasn't watched Mindhunters, after you're done with Point Extra Round, go.
I
see
love that show.
Yeah, but like it was just like I was hearing people and they're like, "This is so stupid that he's calling him this name." I'm like, "Who gives a fuck, dude?"
It's already been established in the Matrix that your appearance is a shell. It's
like an avatar.
Yeah, it's fluid. It has no bearing on what lies underneath, and so it fits lore. It doesn't break anything, and I really wish I could have seen the actor that they had initially intended for the role, but it didn't ruin the movie. I don't think it did.
It didn't at all. No.
Yeah.
I think his appearance, if they would have gotten that person, be honest with you, could have been overwhelming to the point where it didn't fit, because there was enough of this movie that was retrofitted and updated to where that particular character's presence and his mannerisms and everything about him would have been overwhelming for what you had in that movie. You would have basically, it just wouldn't have fit. The idea of him fit, but I don't know if that actor necessarily fit this time around. To not having him there wouldn't hurt, because really Neo and Trinity were really the only ones that had the look and feel of themselves as close as possible. Yeah. That particular character, if I don't want to give up his name, needed to be in a certain way, do certain things, move in a certain way to be relevant. And that actor just isn't him. This is 22 years ago now, and that guy was up up there in his late 30s then. So we're talking about trying to require the same things of him. Same thing with Morpheus. To be honest with you, now that I think about it, Lawrence Fishburne is pushing 70. Yahya Mateen is not. He's a very, very fit and very, very action-prone individual. And in order to do the things that Morpheus needed to do in this movie, you couldn't have had him there. And until the thing is, to get old. And when you're in Hollywood, you're not always in the best shape, who you are, unless you're Tom Cruise and you're immortal. But when we start pushing 70s and the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you're going to get a different character. So if we wanted to keep the character alive, they sort of had to change it out.
Yeah.
Like I said, this movie was
good.
I had a lot of fun.
It was good that there were things there,
And I heard a lot like on that note with Lawrence Fishburne and all that. I've seen a lot of people saying how disrespectful it was that they didn't bring him back and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, and actually I thought the opposite, because again, without spoiling anything, the way that they bring that character in is in a way that doesn't detract or remove Lawrence Fishburne's contribution to the character, right? They don't really replace him.
No.
It's something different. And that's also that's another thing, like, to give you an idea, like when I saw that concept at first, it's like I looked at Sophie, because I mean, that's been my life. Like for the last year and a half, I've been working on like those kinds of projects, right? Making an AI and then sending it into these models and literally just letting it like bang against cycles, for 2 or 3 months. And, like there's a comment in there, I can't actually talk about, I don't want to spoil anything, but it's really hard. But yeah, anyway, like the way that they did that, if you actually look into that, if you just like wiki, like, machine learning or AI, like when you get to that part, if you care, the way they describe it, it was kind of funny, because, that character has an emotional reaction to being inside that model and sort of like says, hey, this is how I felt about it. And like, it got me, I was like, yeah, I mean, like I basically torture my AIs, like over cycles for like 6 months to make them do what I need them to do, but anyway.
Yeah. No. And it was all for that. It was all for the narrative of the story, which like I said, I got it. And it didn't really, nothing that they really updated. Like I said, my biggest adjustment was the sense of wonderment and awe that I had in 1999 just couldn't be there, simply because we now live in what they imagined. We live in a world, we have grown accustomed to a world. So but you have to really zero in on the story that's being told, because they're telling you that too. The movie is actually telling you in a way how much has changed since the original trilogy came out. And so they're not ignoring that, but they're telling their story with that as a backdrop. So, like I said, I thought it was a good movie, and I think it will have legs in places that are not really kept scorecard, on. So it's going to be hard.
So, man, yeah. I really hope that more people will check it out. Like I hope that it becomes that it becomes a thing of people don't allow some negative posts or some negative things keep them from watching the film.
Yeah, that's where streaming is the key.
Cylon, you and I have had, Scotty, you and I have had plenty of conversations about like The Last Jedi, for example, right? And like, I just had this feeling like sometimes like people allow themselves to like shut off a movie or never turn it on because somebody else didn't like it.
Yeah.
And I just keep telling people, like, watch a movie, because you'll be surprised sometimes that you like something that everybody else doesn't like, and vice versa. Sometimes you're going to hate a movie that everybody else likes, and you're not going to understand what the heck is wrong with society. You're going to feel like you're in the Matrix, like you're a glitch in the Matrix, I tell you what I did like about this movie too. It proved the point again, I think, very, very well, of like, there's all these videos and channels and everything that have popped up, over the last few years that have talked about like if the Matrix is real, right? Like if we're really living in a simulation. And I thought this movie did a really good job of being able to kind of freak you out about that.
Yeah. Right. There's
you know
a
what I mean?
few people in my life.
Like I'll be honest, that's one of the things that I love about the Matrix films is that it really does kind of make you stop and think something. Like something will happen and you're just like,
wait a minute.
That's interesting.
I want to address something. Jared just said, is the Matrix better as a whole with this movie? I think it is, but at the same time, like this is a question that kind of bothers me in fandoms when I hear it. And I'm not calling you out, Jared. Like, look, it's a fair question, and even if you disagree with my answer to that, it's fine. I'm not trying to say it in that sort of term, but there's this sort of like critic culture where I don't like the thing, so it should have never been made. And this came out a lot with Cowboy Bebop when that show came out. A lot of people didn't like Cowboy Bebop, and they're like, I wish that never would have been made. And it's like, what do you really mean by that? Because something being made in addition, so like let's say you don't like Matrix 4, let's say you hate it. It doesn't take anything away from the original trilogy. In your mind, if you hate Matrix 4, then just pretend it doesn't exist. It doesn't have to exist for you. And just keep watching the original trilogy and enjoying those films, It is, I guess, one thing where it's like, okay, well, did we get something in lieu of something else that could have been better, right? So I could kind of see that from that perspective. But if something's made and you don't like it, it's not like it never should have been made or everything is trash without it. It's, it is what it is. If you believe that Matrix 4 sucks and you don't ever want to watch it, just skip it,
Yeah.
Can I add something to that real quick? Because
no, you're done. I've cut you off. You can't add anything to that.
We do screenings of movies. We hand out free tickets, and we survey people both before, during, and after, and we keep in touch with people. And I get that a lot where people were like they should never been made. We outright ask them, and when you get around to it, a lot of it is because their memories and their memories and their childhoods and their certain points of their lives are attached to certain aspects and certain versions of these movies and certain forms of these movies that they subconsciously or consciously feel like somebody is attacking that period in their life by making this movie. They don't even know how to comprehend it. They don't even know that that's what they're thinking. But when I ask them, well, what do you like versus this? And a lot of it is being juxtaposed on the time in which they saw it, how they felt when they saw it, what relevance that has. They went with it with their dad, or that's what it meant to be 7 years old for me, or whatever. They attach all these things to that movie, and when you see something else outside of that wheelhouse or outside of that window, they feel like that is being attacked.
Yeah,
like that relevance, that there's some relevancy being taken away from what they attach to that movie, and even though that's not even remotely close to what's happening, that's how they intake it. Yeah. It's a psychological, it's a barrier that's automatic. It's a protective barrier to protect those memories. And I didn't realize that because I had a psychologist buddy with me because we were trying to figure out some things. He was a army buddy of mine. We went to see these movies and he was with me when we were asking him, like, why'd you hate this movie? Or why did you feel that way to this movie coming into this movie? Some of the people who I had to convince to see certain movies just to see if we could break through. And it was more about reminiscence than anything else. So that's what it is. And sometimes you can't fight that. Sometimes, no matter how big the IP is, you can't fight time and you can't fight people's memories and attachments. It's an uphill battle. DC's figuring that out. Took them 10 years to figure it out. But that's the thing I found with The Matrix. It was like,
there's some movies that I cannot stand Civil War. I cannot. I hate that movie. Wow. I fell asleep during the movie.
Dude,
you know what? Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have some fundamental issues with it. I don't hate it, but I do have some fundamental issues with some of the things that happen.
Like my whole thing is like, you're upset and you want to attack freaking this guy who was brainwashed, but you had missiles and you were killing kids and shit. Look what you did to Wanda. What the hell are you talking about, dude?
Oh, the whole thing
was brainwashed.
So popular.
Dude was brainwashed. Kill your daddy, and you want to kill him because he killed your daddy when he was brainwashed. It didn't make any fucking. I was like, I'm so sorry. I apologize for cursing. It just didn't make any sense to me. So I'm like, why is he mad? He was making bombs, killing Afghanis and all this stuff with his bombs when he was in the first Iron Man movie. Why is he so mad?
I think I know why he's mad. I think I know why he's mad. I got just the
Yeah,
drop
daddy
for why
issues.
he's mad. Are you ready, William?
Sure.
William?
Yeah.
I can't reach my penis, and I'm not mad. Are you? It's okay, cutie.
I am so surprised about the amount of hell you have not caught for that.
I know, seriously.
I thought that one was going to put you.
You know why? Because he's a positive guy. I love his positivity. He's like, hey, he's stating the obvious, but he's like, hey, I'm not mad. I'm being positive. Like he's the opposite, man. He's like I'm still being positive. Are you mad? What do you got to be mad about? What do you have to be mad about? Like seriously, but then it's the end part. It's the end part where he's like, "Hey, cutie," like like maybe he doesn't have to worry about reaching it because he's got somebody else to do that for him. All right. Here, Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Peter Rabbit's Defender. You're awesome, man. Says Matrix 4 is a good finale for the franchise, and I'm so satisfied as F. John. And is so satisfying as F. John Campia's review is so stupid, and he has a bad taste in movies. P.S.
But he acknowledges in his review though that other people he was with in the theater loved it.
Yeah. He says, P.S. When are you going to do your favorite movies of 2021 stream, Enosh? Well, we typically, it's tradition now on New Year's Eve, we go live at 11:30 p.m. And we kind of go from 11:30 to 12. We'll be having a party this year, so we'll have lots of friends over, and so yeah. So we'll be talking about our favorite films of 2021. There's not much to pick from this year, so it should be interesting. But it'll be interesting to see where everybody's favorite movies fall this year.
There's only one number one movie. One number one movie.
That's the way I look at it. There's a clear number two. But for me, there's only one. You can probably guess what it is already, but we'll get there. We'll get there on New Year's Eve. All right, and then hopefully during that same stream, we find out who Deranged Enosh is. Who knows? And then
there's a point here I want to.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If you're going to get to something.
Oh no, I was going to read the next one. Yeah. Oh, you know what? You're right. I didn't really address that. So, is it a finale?
Yes, 100%. And I think that is, if you watch that interview that I linked.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clear that Lana didn't want to let Matrix go to someone else before she had a moment to cap it. Matrix 4 is not Matrix 4. Matrix 4 is Matrix, the epilogue. That's what it is. It's an epilogue. Mm-hmm. And it is... I do not see this turning into a trilogy. I might be wrong. It doesn't seem like Lana wants to do a trilogy, and she said that.
I would love to see more of Bugs though. If I never,
but doesn't it kind of lend itself to that though? Because they ask a lot of questions there in the last 5 minutes that you're like,
I mean, we can't talk about that.
I know we can't. Well, we need to do like a proper like spoiler.
Please have me back for that.
Yes, absolutely. Because I know that Austin wants to like delve full into spoilers on this. Because me and Austin were the only people like it seems like in the group that like were like. Yeah, we like the film.
I like it.
I know. Yeah, just not. But you know that group, man. Not everybody. Not everybody was.
It's spherical, man. Thank you.
That group was one of my fingerprints off typing responses to certain.
That's number two.
It's like, damn it!
Sorry, go ahead, Scotty. Go ahead, Scotty.
Oh, it's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that people were expecting this to be the beginning of a new trilogy. And so that was their expectation. And again, I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. But it just does not seem to me like Lana is looking to do another trilogy. This seemed to be an end cap. So people were translating this movie as a, this is going to launch this other thing. And in that sort of light, didn't like it. But I don't know. I think that
at the very least a spinoff. Give me a spinoff.
Yeah, I could see a spinoff. I mean, the nature of the Matrix, though, is this sort of cyclical pattern, right? I mean, it was established the original trilogy. Remember, that was the 6th Neo. So that was the 6th time in the original trilogy that this pattern had repeated itself. Always,
he was the one, though. Remember, he was the one. That
was there was 6 ones. They have destroyed.
There's 6 ones. He was the 6th.
I watched that.
The uniqueness about Neo this time was his connection to Trinity. So the architect tells him in Matrix Reloaded,
at the risk of a spoiler, even in this film, they talk about how they ran simulations.
Yep.
With certain people, and every time two things came together, that's when it started causing problems for them, for the machines.
And it's really good that I actually watched the first, the first three before I watched. I literally watched 10 hours of movies. I would just watch them all in a row, right?
Mhm.
And I had forgotten, because I've seen these movies, and I'd forgotten that it was the sixth time. They always have 23 women and 7 men to repopulate Zion, and they've done that 6 times, where they only leave 23 female and 7 men to repopulate, and it goes over and over and over again. So that was the 6th time they did that, and always left. They killed all the humans and left 23 female and 7 women to repopulate Zion. So, and they were like, we don't even know how many. They don't even know what the actual. They think it's like 300 years. It could be thousands of years that have been through the Matrix, because it's the 6th time that's happened.
So fourth, you're actually wrong that Agent Smith was the reason that the events changed in the trilogy. So the architect says in Matrix Reloaded that the difference between the other 5 Matrixes and the 6th one was that Neo, instead of being connected generally to other humans and having a love attachment to other humans, that it was because it was much more specific vis-a-vis Trinity, right? So the thing that set Agent Smith free is in the original trilogy, Neo infects Agent Smith's code and then busts out of him. And that's what is confirmed at the very beginning of Matrix Reloaded, is what set Agent Smith free. Neo was only able to do that because he was killed. He died. Agent Smith shot him and Neo died. But then Trinity is sitting in the real world next to Neo, and she's the one that says, look, you have to be the one because I love you, and I was told that I was going to fall in love with the one. So because Trinity did that, Neo came back alive and then killed Agent Smith, therefore setting him free, and that made the difference. So the difference between this Matrix and the previous ones was Trinity, not Agent Smith. Agent Smith was a repercussion of the change.
It was always Trinity.
But see, you don't know that until this movie, though, because if you leave, I never
that by Matrix Reloaded.
Matrix Reloaded.
See, that's the thing about Matrix Reloaded. This is the one flaw I have with it. They don't really explain stuff as good as they could have to make that. Because what I was led to believe, and the way I've always interpreted, is that Smith's purpose was done once Neo did that at the end of Revolution. And that's what kind of ended him. That he was the yin to his yang, and the only reason one was in existence was the other, and that's pretty much where they left, and that's where the cycle was broken. Now I understand the current explanation, and I buy the current explanation. But I was left in 2003 with that particular explanation, and I thought that's what it was until the architect, explains it. Then yes, it makes sense. But if they had never made this movie, that ending that they left made as much sense as they allowed it to.
So I get where you're coming from, but I think the line that you may have missed, and I'm going to kind of talk through this with you here, but is Agent Smith actually references in, I believe, Reloaded, right before the Burly Brawl scene. Agent Smith says, I'm not sure how it happened. Maybe a piece of code from you got copied onto me. So he says so then that's in Matrix Reloaded. So that's like sort of establishing what the change was and what happened. That was the moment that Agent Smith and him became connected. In every previous Matrix, the other 5 Matrixes, that moment didn't happen. Mm-hmm. Therefore, Agent Smith and him were not in the yin yang.
I thought that's what just made him a virus, though. I thought that's what made him viral, but I thought that
he got set free, and so he was able to become that virus, and he was set free because of Neo at the end of the first movie. At the end of the first movie, Neo jumps into him.
Yeah, and I remember he blows him up.
And Agent Smith says in the second movie, well, what Agent Smith says is, well, I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe a piece of code got copied onto me. Whatever the reason, it's irrelevant. I'm free now. That's what Agent Smith.
Why does he continue to go after Neo? Because he explains it as
he's going after control for the Matrix.
No, yeah, he's trying to destroy everything.
And so he can destroy everything that is connected to the source, but the exception is Neo, because Neo is not directly connected or defined by the source, and that's why Agent Smith has to combat him. So, for control, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many levels, man. I swear, you start peeling stuff back, and it's just like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you can think that you know so much about the Matrix.
I was content with the explanation I thought I had for 17, 18 years.
Yeah, but you know what's funny is that I saw those a long time ago, and then when I saw them again before I watched Resurrections, I got it. It's like it took me 20 years from having a baby brain to having an adult brain, and freaking rewatching these movies again. When like, oh my god, I don't even freaking remember this. And then
I was an adult watching these movies, and I'm still.
I was an adult too, but I'm like 44 now, so I was 24 when I first. No, I was like 21 when I saw the first one.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, Fourth. I just want to say, Fourth is making some good points here. I mean, like I'm disagreeing with you that Agent Smith was the catalyst and not Trinity, but I do get your point. And what you're saying there
That's
is,
what I thought.
if she was told by the Oracle that it would happen, a variable, or was it planned? Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole point, is that there's no such thing as necessarily a choice. That all these are systems of control. Like even when like the Oracle is supposed to be able to help them, well, she has an agenda too, and she's moving towards control. Mm-hmm. So. I mean, I get your point, Fourth.
I kind of wish they had that element in there, though, without spoiling it.
It's funny how you look at it, right? He died in the first one. She died in the second one, and then they died both in the trilogy, in the first trilogy. Because he died first in the first movie, then she died, and she resurrected him. He resurrected her in part 2, right? And then at the end, she dies, and then he saves everyone. It's like, when I look at Matrix, I thought it was like it's all about it's about religion. It's about what I thought about it. It was like he was the savior. He was Jesus Christ. That's what I thought. Neo. And then what's one funny thing is like when I'm like, okay, his name is Neo, right? I just got this the other day, and it's funny. It's an anagram for the one Neo is. Right. Yeah. And I was like, what the, and you start watching these movies again, and I'm like, what the hell? I was like, it was crazy, man.
There's the thing is, yeah, there is a religious connotation there, but it's so much deeper than that even.
It is. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's one aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like it's like the onion. You start peeling things back, and you're like, oh, wait a second. There's like this layer, and then there's that layer, and so like it's great because whenever I talk about the Matrix with people who really like have spent the time to watch the Matrix, and not just looked at it as like a popcorn movie that like, I just watched it. It sucked. Because usually when people watch the Matrix as a popcorn movie, they're just like, I didn't get it. It sucked. And like you said, like, look, if you didn't get it, you didn't get it. I'm not here to trash on you or whatever. It just, because I was there. I was exhausted the first time I watched The Matrix, and it went right over my head. And I was like, I don't understand this thing. I don't like the color scheme of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, I don't like it. And then like I said, watching it again on my couch, like, 5 years later or whatever, I was like, I went to go see The Matrix Revolutions by myself. My ex-wife would not go with me because I spent all day watching. It was a Sunday. I'll never forget. It was a Sunday, and I watched it. I watched the first two movies. I spent all Sunday afternoon watching it, and then I looked up because I knew that Revolutions was in the theater, right? But it was the last showing of the last weekend that it was in theater.
Okay, yeah.
And so I literally looked it up. And I saw that it was in theater, and I was like, I got to go see it. And so I told my ex-wife, I said, hey, we got to go see the Matrix. She's like, The Matrix? You don't even like The Matrix. I'm like, listen, I've been watching this all day. You've been napping. I've been watching these movies. Look, I'm addicted. I got to see this last one. I got to see it in the theater. I missed the other two in the theater. I got to see this one. And she's like, well, I'm not going to that. And she'd already ticked me off a couple years earlier because I didn't get to see the first X-Men movie in the theater because of her.
Oh, God.
Because she did not want to go see it. Then you skipped when it came out on VHS. VHS, yes, boys and girls.
Oh yeah,
VHS was still a thing back then. This was the early 2000s. But we actually bought it from our video store on VHS because I didn't even have a DVD player. I don't think at the time. I got one like a year later, but she watched it and she's like, "Oh, I love this. This is so good." I was like, "Shut up." Shut up. You robbed me of getting to see the first X-Men movie in the theater. Screw that. And so then she loved X-Men, right? And so when she told me she wasn't going to go see it, I was like, screw that. I'm going to see it. So like I literally, she's like, "You're leaving?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to the movies." She's like, "You're going to the movies by yourself?" I'm like, heck yeah, I'm going to the movies by myself. And I was the only person in the theater. I watched it, and I was happy. I was happy. So, you know what? It just was what it was. But man, that's what I love is like anybody who pays attention to these things, you start peeling back these layers, and it's like, okay, so here's this religious aspect, right? And then like here's this societal aspect, and then like here's this like just this human aspect of it. Here's this this tech aspect of it. Yes, Zeno. Tiff was the red pill. And I'm so glad that I went down that rabbit hole. And I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Yeah. Okay. You should have heard what Tiff said today at never mind. It was crazy. Anyways, where was I? Oh, I had that the super chat up. Hold on a second. Let me pull that back up real quick, and then we can continue. H Barts with a $2 super chat. Thank you, H Barts says technically we're just a brain in a husk.
Exactly.
What a crazy world this is. You think about like just how fragile life is, and you know, like I said, when you watch something like The Matrix and you start thinking like, okay, the very fact that we could even come up with an idea like The Matrix makes you wonder.
I think it's just the aliens pumping information to us. This all exists. Everything that happens exists in another planet, and people that are not smart. And I think I also think that energy never gets destroyed. So like we're full of energy, so we just go to a different plane, to a different existence. We get resurrected again. I can believe in all that stuff. I can believe all that stuff. I can believe in God. I don't have to believe in him. I can believe in magic. I don't have to believe in it. Everything is like there because we're energy. So we have to go somewhere. We can't get destroyed. So we have to go somewhere when we die. So things like that. It's like that's like with my brain. That's what like keeps me up at night. Just thinking about things like that. That everything could be more. Like, the dreams that you have are amazing. I have dreams that are like amazing. That I'm like, dude, this could be a movie, you know? It's just like God gave us these things, our brains, so that we could imagine things, you know? But you know, like for example, I hated Revolutions when I first saw it. When I saw it this time around, now that my brain was capable enough to understand it, I thought it's like one of my favorite movies of The Matrix. Revolutions #3. When I finally was able to understand what was going on, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and to kind of get onto like a different topic without too many spoilers, there were a lot of really cool like little Easter eggs in this movie. I'm a huge fan of the Animatrix, and I don't know.
Oh, me too.
If you guys caught a lot of the Animatrix, even down to like, I mean, because this isn't a spoiler, you know, the Bugs' tattoo with the rabbit.
Yeah,
the rabbit had Yuki's star in the center of the rabbit, and that was one of the characters from one of my favorite Animatrix episodes. Where she's chasing the cat and they find the little glitch in the Matrix and all those kids are there and they're like doing the thing where they're jumping off the top. Mm-hmm. And then right before they hit the ground, they stop, but then like their nose starts to bleed because it's like a glitch. Anyway, in that episode, Yuki's wearing this t-shirt that has the star on it, and Bugs's white rabbit tattoo has that star on it. And there's a couple of there's like a place in here called IO, and I won't say what it is, but there's a place in here called IO. And that's a callback to, so, you know, IO is like 1-0, and 0-1 was the original machine city that was described in the Animatrix.
That's
like
cool.
Shut up.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. But it's all one big continuous mythos. So I'm glad that, like I said, this movie is consistent with it, whether you love it or hate it. No matter what you feel about The Matrix Resurrection, it is consistent with what came before. And that's really all you can ask when you ask.
A lot of people are expecting, see, that's what it is. When we were kids watching this movie, or when we were younger, we had 1999 eyes. You know?
We had brick phones. We had flip phones. We didn't know what a touch screen was
like,
going to be.
Did you ever notice, like, you go back and watch something in the 80s, and Batman to me in the 80s was like amazing, all that special effects and everything like that. And now with your eyes from now, you can tell that it's all, you can tell the inconsistencies that, that spaceship or that Batmobile doesn't look real, it looks fake. But
The Matrix was its telephone booth. Just seeing a telephone booth now, if you mention you telephone booth, the kids laugh at you now. It's like,
right?
You did what? You did what? You put your mouth on what?
Quarters up in that sucker.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far into spoilers, but yeah, the phone booth for me had like a really specific, like back in the day, because so back in the day, like with phone booths, how hackers used to access the internet, anonymously is you'd go to a phone booth because you could actually dial in to like an internet service.
Remember the movie Hackers that they were doing that?
That I love that movie. That's one of those movies where it's like, that's like my guilty pleasure movie. Like I can acknowledge that it's a bad movie, but I love it. And it's one of my favorite movies from the 90s.
Well, plus hacking wise, because we were doing that back then. They just were doing Hollywood hacking, but it was still fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like that movie. What was that movie with the black box that was supposed to be able to decode everything? And they were worried. Yeah, and they were worried about the Russians getting it, and the Russians were using they were using two different types of
it was Robert Redford, right?
Yeah, Robert Redford. Then
we knew so little. Yeah, we knew so little about the way computers and the internet worked back then. It didn't matter what you gave us; it was just fun,
Yeah.
Now it's like, shoot, the stuff that would have made you a top level hacker, the damn gamers know it today. It's like, woo.
That's very true, actually. Yeah. I mean, back in the late 90s and early 2000s, like it was the golden age for hackers. And nothing was secure, and everything was pretty easy to guess and get through, and not easy these days.
Then so many of them got busted and had to turn into government employees and rat out their buddies and close all the loopholes. All the black guys.
Don't even get me started about those guys, because I've had to work with a couple of those guys. Like there's a dude named Kevin Mitnick. I don't know if you know who that is, but they made some movies about him.
That name. Yeah, I know that last name for sure.
I have literally met that dude, at conferences and at different stuff that I go to.
He was here in Vegas for the Black Hat Convention, as a matter of fact, if I remember correctly.
I'm there for DEF CON every year.
That's DEF CON. I'm sorry, DEF CON.
In fact, this last year at DEF CON, William, we actually wanted to get over to your shop, but we got so busy in downtown Vegas, so we couldn't get over there.
When DEF CON first came around, when it was first happening here, it was so different than it is now.
Yeah, it is very Well, it's funny you say that, because I work for DEF CON, so my partner and I actually we run black badges and things like that. So
how long have you been doing that?
20 years.
Okay, so you remember?
Oh yeah,
early 2000s. Because we used to get a lot
more underground and a lot more intimate. But then let me tell you something, William. This last summer, we went ahead and went, since again we work for the conference, so we went ahead and went. A lot of people opted not to because of COVID. And so the population was way down, and what reminded me of the DEF CON from 20 years ago. It was that sort of very small. It was a small group. We got to meet a lot of people, have those kind of conversations. Anyway, side note.
They would come to the store, and they would have their little things on. And, once we started talking, because I knew what I knew, but they knew little things on a whole different level. But it was almost like they had not communes, but they had little clusters of groups. And then they would all get together at places and coffee shops. Remember the coffee shops downtown? Back before downtown was this ridiculous spectacle it is now, when it was actually generic organic downtown. They'd hang out at the cafes and Cafe Copia, and then they would hang across UNLV, and they would all just gather, and you knew what they were. And then we would hold movie nights and stuff like that, and they would show up there, and then you knew they were together. It's all these eclectic people that were all different backgrounds. You knew they were here for something. And then I found out as the years went on, that's what they were into. And it was kind of cool. But now it's I've seen them now. They come out. It's like CES or any other convention. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's got.
What's the word? Gentrified? Is gentrified the word that it's become now?
What was that?
Gentrified, I guess, would be the. Is that the word I'm looking for? Is that
I'd say commercialized. It's gone from an underground movement to somewhat of a. That's where corporations.
Yeah, because they didn't use their real names. Remember that? Were you part of it when nobody used their real names? Because all the people I met, they had weird ass names. It's like Top Gun, they all had call signs and stuff. You didn't ask about their real names. Now they got somebody I saw had a badge with their real names on it. So
did you guys have back in the early 2000s? Do you remember the internet cafes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They
We
were
had
like,
those-
there was one in New York in Times Square because I'm from New York. There was one in Times Square. Literally, this had over 1,000 computers.
Mm-hmm.
Those big the big computers, and we used to go there because we didn't have internet back. Like people didn't have internet back then. Like poor people didn't. So we would go to internet cafes, and they were like 1,000 computers in one, and we would just sit there, play video games, play. It was crazy.
Paid by the hour in some cases. When I got deployed, internet cafes didn't go away, believe it or not, till the mid 2000s. Because when I got deployed to Iraq, I built my own network over there because I was like, I can't do this. We're all sharing the same bandwidth. This is driving me insane. So we got with Hughes Satellite, which is what they were called back then. And we got a satellite dropped into us in the middle of the nowhere. We set up our satellite. We set up our switch. We set up our modems. We set up our LMB. We set up everything. We had to inch it until we found the satellite in the sky. And that's how we got internet then.
I would love to talk to you about this kind of stuff sometime. I would love to chat more about this with you sometime.
Yeah, Enosh, we were talking to. Do you remember the internet cafes, Enosh? There's like 300, 400 computers.
So I vaguely remember internet cafes. I'll be honest with you. Like my first remembrance of internet was around 1997 was like the first time I really remember. Like I had heard about it or whatever, but like I hadn't really used it. And I remember because my ex-wife, we just started dating, and they had AOL. They were online. Ooh. and that was when you could only have 5 screen names. And
hello.
And you got
hello.
Mail. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. I
love it when you play this, man.
Yeah.
Files
hold on
done.
a second. Where is it? Here we go. Right here.
Welcome. You've got mail. You've got pictures. Files done. Goodbye.
Oh my goodness!
They gave me, because I had my band and we were trying to promote the band. She gave me her screen name, so I started my first email address and and I remember going online and just going, what is this? What in the but you couldn't go on for too long because they only got 250 hours
yeah you got to pay by the hour or the minute.
Yeah, it was you got so many hours, you'd keep deleting it and redoing it, and everything. And
they gave you those. It was a disc.
The disc, yeah, with a couple hours on it, 20 hours on it here. But I'll tell you what, man, that was something. And I remember it was a big deal for me because I emailed a celebrity and they emailed me back and I was like, whoa, what? And I just remember just being blown away, by it. And then it was funny because I literally started a job at Kinko's, which was at the time was all about technology and informational, stuff. And so, so then I caught on really quick with that, even though it was kind of a little, not too late, but just a little late to the game of some of that stuff. But, yeah, I didn't really ever do an internet cafe type of deal, but I remember them. I remember them existing,
They are still around the world.
Yeah, they were all around the world.
Huge in South Africa. I lived in Taiwan for a few years. Not 10 years ago I was there, and internet cafes were huge there. In fact, my first apartment was literally an internet cafe closet that I lived in for a couple months while I was trying to find a place. Internet cafe is why I drove myself to build my own stuff, because like I said, I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do the dial.
This is funny. H Bars is not too far off. He says, my dad said with dial-up, you could go to work and come home and your webpage would finally load up. LOL.
Yeah, and then cable modem. See, here's the thing. I was the first person in my neighborhood to get high speed. It was experimental in 1999. It was when they started making Cox cable and broadband.
ISDN.
Because everybody was doing 56K. 56K, you were rolling, right?
Yeah.
What happened was cable modem came out, and
Yeah.
cable modem, your speeds, your internet, your sites could only give you the information so fast. The cable modem was getting to the information faster than these sources could give it to you. So you were sitting here watching these blank screens until the pictures started to pop up because your website now had to catch up to you.
What I thought was always funny was I worked with a guy who I worked with this guy named Tony, who let me just say he was an aficionado of adult cinema. Okay, is that the best way I could put it?
Porn,
yeah. He was aficionado of adult cinema, and what I always thought was hilarious about him was this was in those days, man. It was like, early days of all this stuff, and he was a guy, like he had stacks of VHS tapes, right? Like at home. Like that was how he watched that stuff. And when the internet happened, he would tell me about how he would download pictures because like the dial up, wasn't, you weren't going to download movies. I mean, I guess somebody somewhere would, but like it would have just taken.
You had to go to sleep and wake up and your file was done.
You'd be an old man by the time, it wouldn't work anymore by the time you were trying to download it. But like he would tell me he would laugh about it because he was like really big into that. And so he'd come to work and we'd be talking and stuff and he'd be like, yeah, man, I downloaded a bunch of pictures, man. It took me like 5 hours. And it's just like, man, it's worth it, and I was just like, okay, dude, like, all right, if you say so, man, if you say it's worth it. But yeah, no, I'll never forget. You guys remember, because file sharing started becoming a thing, like with Kazaa. Do you remember Kazaa?
I remember Kazaa.
Yeah.
So Kazaa just about destroyed my computer. Like seriously, like I was trying to download a couple songs. Like I was trying to download like an Eminem song or something like that. And when I came back like 12 hours later, because it was going to take 12 hours to download one song, and I come back, man, and my computer was just like fried. I had to reinstall the entire thing, man. I had a Dell though, because that was the thing back then. I had a Dell, man. I got a Dell. We're getting a Dell.
That is so. The kids don't know how good they have it now, man.
Have no idea. Have no
idea.
H Barts with another $5 super chat. Thank you, H Bart says. I remember when Amazon was new, everybody in our area was suspicious of it, online delivery, and trusting them with credit card info.
Yeah.
How crazy is it that that's like our life now, right? Like, I mean, there's so many things like online, and I've joked about it for a long time. Like, who would have predicted that the future wouldn't be like us with flying cars and jetpacks and stuff, but the future would be us walking around like this.
I know. Yeah, if you had tried to explain, and here's the fun, I'm a tech person. I've always been a tech person. I started programming young. Before that, like right now, it's not even taboo to be a programmer if you're like in high school. But if you're a programmer in high school when I was a kid, like I wasn't bullied or anything. By the way, I was too quiet, too antisocial to be bullied. But like, yeah, like.
People were scared of me. Thought I could get into their systems, and I let them believe it.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to get back to a comment here, if you don't mind. That Fourth made. You said the cynical meta stuff and lack of care for the martial arts or creative action is what just let me down. And look, I felt a little bit of that too, Fourth. So I'm not going to lie, I felt a little bit of that too. But I would really encourage you to watch that Lana Wachowski interview, the one that we linked earlier in chat. And I don't know if you're on the Discord, but if you hit me up on Discord, I'll give you the link if you've missed it. But please watch that. It's not going to change your mind. It's not. And this is what I'm saying to you isn't about changing your mind. It's just about understanding.
Join our Discord, by the way.
What was that?
I said, join our Discord, by the way.
Right. I don't have the link on. I don't have the Discord up on this computer. This is like my hard.
I'll send the link to myself. I'll send the link to myself. I'll get it.
Yeah, like, look, watch that interview and just understand the perspective, the point of view that Lana is coming from. And because here's the thing is that I think what she was trying to do is it's really easy to reduce the Matrix to really cool action sequences, right? Entertaining people like visually these really cool action sequences. But to Lana, the Matrix is more than that. So, you know, and again, like because of COVID, they couldn't get the right choreographer. They couldn't do a lot of those things. You know, there's even a point, you know, Lana talks about this. If you watch the interview and you read some of the material that's out there, this isn't, you know, hard to find stuff. There was actually a point in the middle where because of COVID, because of an outbreak, they had to shut down the set. And Lana was actually about ready to shut down the whole production. Now, you know, fourth, you might be like, well, maybe she should have just done that. Well, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but, you know, it does bother me that, look, a lot of creators try to still make movies for us and try to still get us to make us entertained, you know, throughout COVID. And sure, there's an argument to be made, you know, movies like Spider-Man came out and they filmed a lot of that during COVID, but they filmed it at the end of COVID and, you know, and things were a little bit different and everybody's situation is different, right? There's different resources and different amounts of money and budget that they can spend to keep a set safe during an epidemic, right? Mm-hmm. Well, in this case, I mean, that movie was never going to happen, and I appreciated the fact that they made The Matrix. This movie it transcends those things, and I get, like, you know, when I first watched those scenes, I'm struggling because I don't want to spoil anything, and I'm trying to like tiptoe without saying anything.
Ask all the dang thing. Who cares now?
Yeah.
We'll have a spoiler.
Yeah,
we will have a spoiler one where we just jump all.
But anyway, but my main point to you, Fourth, is that please, just as a favor to me, just spend the 16 minutes to watch that interview, and then reflect on that and see how you feel about it. And again, I'm not, you know, if you still have the same opinion, I won't fault you for it. It's fine. But
well, I mean,
watch that lens through her point of view, and I feel like that will not be as big of a problem for you anymore.
I think what happened also is they didn't learn their lessons. The way they treated Zach, Ray, Gal, they did it with her. It's like they kept the same treatment until they finally got caught. Until everybody started speaking out, they were still treating people like shit, you know, like poo poo. I'm sorry, like crap. They were still treating them like crap until when the allegations with Ray, with Gal supported it, with everything, they were still treating these people like crap. And that's what they were basically telling her, if you don't do the movie, then I'll have somebody else do the movie. And so she was forced to do the movie because she didn't want anybody to ruin her vision. And it's just sad. That's why they need to get their lead. All of them, they're getting fired, dude. Thank God.
Hey, Enosh, I got a bold. I didn't realize.
All right, man.
It's 2:13, but
yeah, we're
nice
bringing it down.
Okay.
It's good. It's good speaking with you, William.
We will meet again sometime soon.
Good.
All right, bro. Thank you, William. Always a pleasure to hear your takes.
Hey, William.
And we love that. So H Bart's here with a $10 super chat. Thank you, H Bart's. Says, when I was in elementary school, I had to hide. I played video games and watched comic movies. Those were considered nerdy, weirdo things, even in the early 2000s. Oh, we lost Cylon too. Did he say it? I guess. Oh no, there he is. I was like, where did Cylon go? Jeez.
Yeah, no, I hit the wrong button.
Totally took him out.
Oh, and Cylon, by the way, that's one of my favorite series. Battlestar Galactica, dude.
Yeah, did you like the new one or the old one?
I like the new. I mean, the old one. Which one? The one in the 70s?
Yeah,
I like the new one.
Me too. I like them both, but
yeah,
Scotty, I got to get you your present,
really
man.
Loved the reboot. So,
Scotty, I got to get you your present.
I've seen that because I didn't see it when it came out. You know, like in the early 2000s. I've seen it 4 times. I've seen it 4 times already.
You're a man.
You know what? I got you that gift, man. I have not, because I got you that set. I got to send that to you. Hold on a second. I'll show it to you. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Cool.
I'll be right back.
And Starbuck is my favorite character, though.
I'm glad that you still. Yeah, I love Starbuck. I think that Katie Sackhoff did a great job.
Yeah.
Embodying the spirit of the character.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was at a Comic-Con. I got a picture. I was looking around. I don't know if actually here. Yeah, give me a second here. Yeah, this is. I look a little fucked up because this was actually 6 months after cancer treatment.
Oh, okay.
And here's a fun thing that you'll appreciate being a Starbucks fan. So I wrote Dirk Benedict when I was sick, because I found out that he had the same kind of cancer that I had, about the same age that I had.
Oh, okay.
And I had always idolized him and stuff like that. And so he came to Comic-Con, where, you know, in the same city that I live in. And he doesn't do a lot of Comic-Cons. And so, you know, we were able to get a photo with him. That's
oh, awesome.
Yeah, me and my brother. So Dirk Benedict, man.
That's awesome.
He was pretty funny, and he had a lot of opinions about Katie Sackhoff, good ones. But he was just trying to tell people, he's like, look, he goes, the character that I was in Starbuck back in the 70s, it just isn't going to be made again. The same way. Society's different, and you know, the way that we see, like, you know, men and women in society is different, and that character is never going to fly again. So people need to get over it and accept Katie Sackhoff was his moral. Oh, that is awesome.
This is yours, Scotty.
What?
This is yours, buddy.
Yes. Thank you.
This is yours, man. So
I do not have that one. I have a lot of box sets, but I'm aware of that box set.
I'm a really big.
But you do now. So.
I'm a Final Fantasy. I play Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
And my character, because I love two shows. I like Angel.
I love Angel.
And I like and Star. Those are my two favorite shows. Angel and oh my gosh, and freaking Battlestar Galactica. So my character on Final Fantasy 14. Her name is Ilaria Agathon, right?
Yeah.
And then my chocobo is Adama.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude, I love that show. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, Aaron Pritchard. I did see Caprica, and I liked Caprica. I understand why people didn't like it, but I loved the concepts in it. I liked the character of Zoe.
Yeah.
I like how they set up the sort of how Cylons come to be and why they come to be.
Yeah.
You know, and actually, there's a great allusion. I mean, like, you know, in the same sort of vein of like Resurrections, the motivation for it was grief, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I liked Caprica. I mean, like, look, from like a visual effects point of view, from like a show point of view, you know, wasn't made the greatest. There's a lot of really bad green screen work in that and stuff like that. But you know, it's kind of like, you know, as you said earlier, you're like, you know, you're such a DC fan that even if they make a crappy DC movie, you're still gonna love DC. I mean, that's how I am with Battlestar Galactica. That's how I am with Matrix.
You know, they're making a sequel. They're making a remake on.
Well, what's interesting about that remake is that Sam Esmail, who did Mr. Robot, which is a show I also love, is the one that's working on that reboot. And so I'm really interested to see what he does.
It's Paramount. Yeah, Paramount's doing it. No, not Paramount. Peacock. Peacock is doing it.
Peacock, that's right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to do something, because I promised earlier that I would do this because people have been asking me. I am going to play real quick the 2-minute Batman trailer. I'm not going to play it on here so that the whole stream gets taken down, but I'm going to play it and you guys can see my reaction to it. And then, have you guys seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
The Bat and the Cat? Okay, I have not seen it. I have not seen it.
I like that. I think it's a great trailer.
I've been so busy working on stuff for the last couple of days that like I haven't poked my head out.
You're going to love it.
So here, before you play it, can I say one thing about it?
Yeah.
So, you know me, like, you know, I'm a DC fan, but I'm not a super fan like you guys are, right? Sure. I when it comes to DC, I'm basically a normie. I'll fully admit that. Mm-hmm. The Batman that I've always wanted to see has been the Batman noir, heavy, like detective noir sort of focus. Sure. And this trailer showed to me that that's probably what we're gonna get, and I'm actually excited for it.
That's cool. All right, so I will bring myself up here full screen, and you guys can see my reaction as I play it. I'm gonna play it right now. Here we go. Batmobile. The Batmobile is really growing on me. You're not doing anything. Got a lot of cats. The Bat and the Cat. Lied to me. Visually, this is stunning. Okay, so that was it. A couple of things. Visually, I think it's awesome. I think it's really great visually. I will say so I saw a criticism of this from somebody. It makes more sense now because they actually show Batman flipping over Penguin's car, and I think that it's interesting that because the person said that like their Batman wouldn't crash into Penguin's car and flip him over and almost kill him, and and then like sneak up behind him, whatever. Like I get that. I think there's going to be those criticisms. I do think it's legit. Looking at this and seeing where they're going with this, I think it looks great. I think the story looks awesome, and I think the tone looks awesome. I like this tone for Batman. I agree with you, Scotty. I like the noir thing.
Yeah.
I do think that Snyder fans have a legitimate gripe though with this whole thing that's been like, oh, like our Batman doesn't do this and our Batman isn't so dark and blah 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 blah, and it's like then they just made another dark Batman. And possibly an even darker Batman, honestly, than Zack Snyder's. I mean, this is like very brooding. It looks very violent, obviously, Riddler's based on the Zodiac killer. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. And I'm not even saying that I agree with that take. I do think it's a legitimate gripe for people who've just come through Batfleck, and everybody's complaints about Batfleck. And then it's like, okay, so we're getting another dark Batman, which I love because I think Batman should be that. I still don't like the cowl. The cowl just bugs me. It just seems like it looks like it's plastic to me. I don't know why. It looks so great, and then it's like they show the cowl up close, and I'm just like, no, not the cowl. But the trailer looks great. Looks awesome. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I can't wait to see this movie and see what's actually, because I just have a sneaking suspicion that the Riddler is a part of it, but they're hiding something still. I just feel like they're hiding something in here that we're not seeing yet that's going to be a part of that. RJ, stop. Stop, RJ. Stop. Literally, just stop. Just stop. It probably is. It probably is. Don't get me wrong, but just stop. You know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. RJ. Jared Darkside Xenon says my Batman does whatever Batman wants to do with a $2 super chat. I get you. I like the rest of the costumes. I don't know how I feel about the Riddler so much, because even seeing the McFarlane figure, the design is just different. I'm gonna have to get used to it. But like I said, I honestly didn't like the Batmobile at first, and now I love this Batmobile. I think this Batmobile looks just kick butt. So, yeah, it looks really good. That was a really good trailer.
I'm really interested to see where the whole conspiracy with the Wayne family goes, because this trailer mentioned something there. And now I haven't been following this as close, so this was the first time that I had heard that. I don't know if this was the first time they sort of revealed that plot point, but
Yeah, the first time when he goes, "You lied to me all my life" or something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, you lied to me, Alfred. Yeah.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I can't wait. I love Andy Serkis. I think he is so underrated and doesn't, he's done a lot of voice work and a lot of mocap and a lot of those kinds of things. And he doesn't get very many appearances as himself. And I think this might be one of his sort of cornerstone performances, and he deserves it.
Which synopsis was this? Because I don't remember. I've read the synopsis of this, and I don't remember seeing that Bruce and Selena were childhood friends. I don't remember that synopsis.
I don't either, but it would make sense from what we saw in the trailer. I mean, obviously, number one, she's walking with Bruce in what seems like some sort of gala or some official event.
Yeah.
And she's also comfortable enough with him to tell him that he's, he needs to do better.
Yeah.
From her perspective, right?
That's the other thing, though. I'll be honest. This, I like his Batman. I don't know how I feel about him as Bruce Wayne. He doesn't quite look like Bruce Wayne to me.
He looks like a young Bruce Wayne to me. I'm convinced.
Are you?
I can get down with it. We'll see. We'll see how he is in the movie. But from the trailer, it's I see the thing is though is that they're gonna have to differentiate themselves in this world, because we've seen so many Bruce Waynes, and especially I think if you go with a dark Batman movie, you fall into the same sort of pitfall of a Christian Bale Bruce Wayne that we've already seen, right? So I mean, they're gonna have to change that up somehow to make it worthwhile.
That the millionaire, the billionaire playboy in this one, he's broody and he's that, that he's broody. He's not playing the one Christian Bale played, the fake billionaire lover and stuff like that, the playboy. Because remember in that one,
it's not really the persona it's not really the persona. I know. Yeah, I just saw 3 people talk about the persona in there. It's not the persona for me. I just don't think he looks like Bruce Wayne to me. When I see him, I don't think Bruce Wayne. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. When I look at him outside the Batman costume, I don't see Bruce Wayne. That's what I'm saying. Not the persona, not whatever it is he's supposed to be portraying. That could be, but I just but like Scotty said, we gotta see the movie, right? We gotta see the movie. So I could go in. I would totally not be surprised at all if I go in and I think it's great. So yeah. So yeah, man. So we will definitely have a Matrix. I need to watch it again. I've only watched it once. I watched it Saturday, but I've been trying to finish The Witcher like crazy.
Oh, that was
and then other stuff, and so we definitely got to have a Matrix spoiler night where we
I can't. Please have me back for that. This was a great
Absolutely.
discussion tonight. I wish I could go more in depth on some things, but I don't want to ruin it for anyone here.
In fact, Scotty, I want to say that the first night that you and I met, didn't we talk about Matrix? We talked about the Matrix, didn't we? Yeah, we talked.
Did.
Yeah, we sure did. We talked about the Matrix, and we talked about the Animatrix and all that stuff, man. That was, yeah, that's true. Yeah, dude, that seems like so long ago now, doesn't it?
I know, right? It really wasn't.
I know, man.
Maybe it was. I don't know. Time is meaningless right now.
Yeah, it's been about a year and a half. Yeah, it's been about a year and a half, man. That's just crazy how fast time passes. But I'll tell you what, it was. I'll never forget the night that I met you and Sophie, and it was awesome getting to know you guys, and yeah, and so heck yeah, and now we're friends in real life.
Right.
I like that. I dig that. All right, so. All right, well, it is 5:30 in the morning. I got to be up and back to the church here at 11 a.m. doing stuff. Yeah, just nailing stuff down. We got a stage that we gotta build. We're building. My old pastor, I thought it was hilarious. I was talking to a pastor from a couple churches ago, and I was telling him what we're doing, and he's like, "So you're building a set like the Conan O'Brien show?" And I was like, yeah, that's the best way to describe it right there. That's what we're doing. We got a high top table with a couple of cool chairs. It's going to be on one side. We're going to have the band on another side. And yeah, and we're doing this whole thing, and so it's going to be cool. It's going to be different. Once we get it all established and done, it's going to look like a studio instead of just a church. And so I dig that. I think it's going to be cool and be something different than a lot of people are used to. So I'm actually excited too. Like I said, Tiffany actually looked at me today and she goes, you seem really happy. And I said,
That's awesome, man.
I said, and she goes, and I think it's funny because I don't think that you would have just thought that you'd have been happy like doing this. And I'm like, you're right. And then when I was out today with Todd going to get everything, he goes, man, he says, I think I've seen you smile more in the last few days than I had ever seen you smile, like when you were at Central or anywhere else. Like, and I was like, isn't that funny? We think we're where we want to be, and we think, hey, I've arrived, and this is the place, blah blah blah, and then it's like, no, that wasn't it.
You feel
that
it's,
wasn't it. Like, you know, so
you feel it's, and you're proud of it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Heck yeah.
Well, Enosh, thanks for having me on tonight.
Absolutely,
and
bro.
Krypton's Core, it was great discussing things with you too. Yeah.
Matrix rocks, man.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd love to have a Battlestar Galactica conversation with you at some point too.
There you go. There you go. And I got to get this thing to you. We got to see each other. So
for sure.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna send you guys out.
Thanks, man.
I'm gonna send you guys out, and I'm gonna close the show. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Krypton's Core. Thanks, Cylon.
You too.
Scotty.
Yeah. Everyone have a good night.
All right. We'll see you guys later. All right. Bye. All righty, folks. Well, that is the show for tonight. We went 4 hours, 24 minutes. It's a good show. Good show. Thank you guys for being with me tonight. Thank you to all of my guests. Thank you to everyone who gave super chats. You guys are awesome. Really, really appreciate your support during this time, and for all that you guys have really done to help. If you guys are interested in my new endeavor, and there is a way that that you can take a look at what we're doing. We started a brand new channel for that. I'm going to pull it up here in just a second. Here, if I can pull it up. Yay! Trying to do it all on the fly. Here we go. Whoops. Yeah, here we go. But you guys can subscribe to this if you could. Like if you guys are interested, like I said, it's never a thing of you have to or whatever, just and of course never want to anybody to feel forced to do that, but I'll just call it the church channel. Please subscribe to that. Whoops. And I'll just show you what it looks like. I think it looks, I put subscribe to that channel. Subscribe to the channel. I'll show you guys what it looks like. I think it looks pretty cool. I did a video last week about light shining in darkness, and got this backdrop and everything. And so it's my family and everything. So yeah. We got 11 subscribers, starting fresh. Heck yeah! So guys, yeah, join us on our journey. And like I said, even if you're not a person of faith, you know what? It's still going to be a fun journey. It's going to be fun to watch me and the family doing stuff and just having a good old time. I was kind of surprised nobody mentioned my my new shirt that Tiffany got me for Christmas, which is the Greatest American Hero. I'm surprised Joe didn't mention this. There you go. Hey, you know what, Dark Side Enosh, it's always great having conversations, right? And hey, man, I appreciate you reaching out. All right, guys, thank you. We had quite a few people here tonight. We maintained a pretty good audience throughout the night. Even it's funny you guys didn't see this, but William even messaged me in the private chat, and he said, "Wow," he said, even with Boba Fett coming on, we still maintained like 70 viewers. That was crazy. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. All right, you guys have a wonderful day. Like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations and respect everybody. All right, have some fun. Don't take yourself too seriously. Stop trying to get in fights with everybody, and just remember that it's okay to speculate, it's okay to have fun, and it's okay to hope. So there you go. Hope is a very important part of life. And don't let anybody try to steal your hope. All right. Until next time, my name is Enosh, and you guys stay nerdy. All right. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.